Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to NDA Team Dart 2025. A little early for our broadcast today. Just a touch early as we give you this coverage of the Team 01 events here for the Masters Division. This is your finals bracket, so we will crown a champion in this bracket today. And we're going to take a look here. This is Cali Monsters taking on DSOB number 5. This is actually a 9th through 12th matchup. They've been battling. They started at 8 a.m. this morning. We figured this was a perfect time to hop in so we can give you the bulk of the juicy content. Yeah, the good stuff, per se. But we usually time things out pretty well and usually have it figured out as when to come in and when not to. We did stream to about 2:30 local time last night. You can watch that coverage on our Facebook or YouTube pages for those reruns of our Doubles 01 events. Big shot for Chris Lim there. As Cali Monsters currently ahead 2-0 here in this matchup. Kind of stealing the last leg. James hitting a big check out of 102 to steal it, so. William Stewart here on the call. Nick DeShare will be joining me here momentarily. He had a meeting he had to attend to, so I know a meeting on a Saturday, yep, it happens, especially in our neck of the woods. Well, let me go ahead and put our scoreboard up, make it a little bit easier for you guys to understand what's going on here, and that would be wrong on the best of. I believe it's a, so I got to figure that one out. I believe it's 7 for this format. I actually tend to forget, being that it's a year in between these events. So I'll have to find out that information just to reassure myself. But tops for Lim, well below the margin that he anticipated it. Could be best of 5, but I think they bump it up here. Then again, I could be thinking international challenge too. So I'll run out there and make sure. I did get our score line, thank goodness. All righty, James. Sitting at 174, just needs to really complement the score line of Lim and just pull it down as low as you can go. In this format, that 174 cannot go, so setup is all you can do. Yeah, you thought about it. 14's not a bad play. It's not like you're going to find yourself in a frozen situation. Sport may have format available. We'll find out. Speaking of CompuSport, that is the place you want to go in order to see the bracket. We'll kind of show it to you as soon as we can. There's kind of a fine time to show you that bracket. It's going to shape up to be a pretty good one here. And gets the leg for 3-0. It looks like, yeah, it's 3, so it's a best of 5. And that's what I assumed. I was thinking maybe that best of 7, maybe the international challenge format I thought of for last year. So, yeah, best of 5 here as the Cali Monsters get it done in quick fashion. I'm going to go ahead and show you the bracket real quick before we go to anywhere else. We'll merge that over so you guys can see it. And you can see DSOB 1 currently sits in the hill position, or in the hill match, after beating the Stadium. Milwaukee Monsters and DSOB 3 just started on board F1. Unfortunately, that's going to be just off stream for that matchup. But we'll cue in the hill here soon. Going on over to the other part of the bracket. We'll refresh just in case that Cali Monsters scoreline come in. But it'll be Cali Monsters versus Nitro Biscuit in the 7th, 8th place match. You got Skis Alpha Dogs and Shoes Pub Suds on F4. That is a streaming board. So we'll probably jump on over to there real quick. And then the Floor Boys and 3 Canucks and a Patty in that 9th, 12th position. So we'll go ahead and head on over to our Phoenix board. And we'll take out the little logo there so we don't get that in the way. I do not have a score line here, so I'll have to get that one from these guys. This looks like Shoes, if I'm not mistaken. Skis Alpha Dogs versus Shoes Pub Suds. Yep, Shoes Pub Suds there on the back of that jersey. So appreciate the help, boys, on that one. All righty, how about it? Nick DeShera joining me once again.
Yeah, excited to be back in the booth calling some great games with you here, Will. We saw some great stuff yesterday. Looking to see even greater stuff today as these teams have lots of goals and aspirations on their mind. But the biggest one of all, win, 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 no matter what.
Exactly. That's the goal today, is pull off the W. I mean, I believe the DSOB 1 boys are defending champions, if I'm not mistaken, from last year. So they're sitting in prime position to possibly do the repeat. We'll see.
Yeah, that's correct. They got first place runner-up team was that Star City team of Leonard Gates, Rem Guevara, Daniel Hawkins, and Fred Wright.
That's right. We do see the stadium team with Ram Guevara, but they are on the loser side, so they're going to have to fight to get back.
And for their right to party. But no, this will be some good stuff, especially because all these teams have strong aspirations. When you're at this level of play, when you're at these combinations of players, they kind of just expect to get the win because they know that all 4 of their guys, if they play their best, there's no one that can touch them. But the hard part is getting all 4 to play their best.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody's got to pull it off at the same time, and that's tricky with the breaks in between and what have you. So, hello, everyone joining us on our Facebook, YouTube pages. We appreciate it. Already at 300-plus viewers. Share this around. Let your friends know we are live here on a Saturday from Las Vegas, Nevada at the Westgate Resort and Casino. I mean, it's a beautiful place, let me tell you.
Listen, I wish I was in La La Land. I was still getting some Z's, as you guys can tell by the sound of my voice. But, no, it's a lot of fun.
I told him you had a meeting, so I should have told you that beforehand. But you just
no, I'll own it. Guys, I was EP.
Okay. Well, he blew it. Tried to give him the out, and he blew it. I'm going to get a score line from these gentlemen.
Absolutely. Well, folks, let us know who you're following along with today as we got a full day of streaming action. We were live for over 11 hours yesterday. We have a lot of similar aspirations in our hearts today for our streaming coverage. Of course, we have this Team 01 event that's going to be playing out until it's over. And then this evening, doubles cricket. And that's where we get some really interesting stuff going on. We've seen a lot of 01. We've seen a lot of bulls. We've seen a lot of trips. And we've seen a lot of doubles. But, man, I love seeing me some white horses. So here we go, 7 to line. 222 needs to get brought back on down. And really, you need to find at least a low ton here. You need to get right around to that 108 range so that way you can unfreeze your partner and then hope the 58 doesn't go. This is not looking likely, and this is going to be damaging as that 60 will be frozen again on its return.
Yeah, it's a 2-1 score line for Skis here, so it's looking promising to be 2-2 by the look of things.
Yeah, you would have to imagine 40 over to double 10. Doesn't go.
Just outside.
But the 60's frozen, so all is forgiven.
Yep.
Now, Will, all those teams that didn't make it out of the round robin, what do you think they're doing right now?
Probably enjoying themselves, probably sleeping in a little bit, preparing for tonight's action, I would assume. Yeah, I mean, there is a bonus for being in the Masters level. What is there on? Yeah, Sunday is Team of One Finals in the International Challenge. If you're not in the International Challenge, Sunday is a free day for you, at least until Singles 01 in the evening. So I actually was surprised Cali Monsters was still in the mix. I thought they were out, but they due to certain circumstances, they got in. They actually took 15 teams in a 16-team bracket based on things how they worked out. So
I was wondering the same thing because I saw Chris Lightning Lim. I was like, wait a second, did I miss an episode of this plant line?
Admittedly, I went up to him. I was like, you asked me about team jerseys yesterday. I just let that slip out of my mind when I thought you guys were out yesterday. And he looked at me like, wow, you son of a.
Wow. Oh, we love giving a hard time to these players. I love seeing all these different people when we're walking around, whether it be the top-level guys we know or everyone else in between. It's been so much fun getting a chance to talk with all of you out here. Even when I'm not on the mic yapping and annoying Will, I'm out in the hall yapping and annoying someone else. So it looks like they're just getting everything set up, making sure the team orders are right and those stats are put in. And here we go. We're going to a diddle for the last leg decider to continue to fight along in this tough bracket and to get themselves into the top 8 to go up against either LaFleur's boys or 3 Canucks and a Patty. Oh, don't think he got it.
I think that's a tie. Ooh, he did, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he got it. It was close.
Yeah, it was one hole, I think, between the two.
Oh, you don't fault the effort at all in that one.
All righty. Last leg decider here. Who's going to advance into the 7th, 8th position? Who's going to go home in that 9th through 12th position?
It's all about keeping that mental cool and collected. Keep your fundamentals true in a moment like this. You're in a last leg decider. You need to get in on your double. You need to focus on staying true on your scoring and then hope that the rest works out. That's what you need to do. Don't worry about the fancy stuff. Don't worry about trying to go for something crazy. Just play the game and help out your buddy on your score line. In immediate trouble as Skis Alpha does not get in on their A score line. Immediate attack by Shoes Pub Suds. No trouble getting in on the 20. Going for the Guevara special. He's taking a step off the line after nailing the dart. Looking for a little bit more help on this one as it was a low in here. Look at the disparity. You got Skis Alpha. One scoreline didn't get in. The other one had an excellent 120 in. On the other hand, you're seeing both players get in on Shoes Pub Suds, but it's bare minimum on their end. So we'll see what ends up happening. This is where it gets interesting right here. Does Skis Alpha A scoreline get in, and if so, by how much? Oh, well off the margins.
Yeah, this
have to get in.
Oh, barely.
It doesn't. It's sketchy. It's sketchy
because it was on the wire.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, at least getting in, but
you on the other hand, you have the other scoreline that's in front of everybody hitting that 120 in. So this is where it gets real dicey. Solid low ton there. Chat, we are in for a great last leg decider in this matchup. We got Sean Green here. We got Caleb Butler. We got Chris Taylor, Don Stewart, Bob Lucier, Neil Big Boy, and many, many others watching at home. Let us know who you're cheering for. I'm hearing those teams cheering out there. They're getting fired up.
That was those DSOP boys against Milwaukee Monsters, I believe.
Uh-oh.
F1. My God, how many teams from DSOP in this in this bracket. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 DSOB teams in this bracket. DSOB 2 and DSOB 4 had to play each other in the first round.
That's brutal.
Yep.
But if you're one of the North American teams in this one, you're thinking, oh, thank God. Well, this is, again, another point of contention. Jesse's going to need to bring this on down and make sure that those 300 score lines don't get too far away. Find some success on the triple. Gets away on the last to 85, but it's still helping the cause. This is an opening.
He just kind of rushes his follow-through, his release, doesn't he?
Yeah, just a little bit there. But also, you're probably amped up and feeling the heartbeat a little bit in this moment. It's so hard to control the pace of your arm movement, your throw, your follow-through, your grip, everything when the entire world is on your shoulders playing in a last-leg decider. And the real answer to it, though, is you got 3 other guys playing right now. The world isn't on your shoulders. Stop taking it so serious. Play the darts.
Just have some fun, relax.
I say as my hands shake every time I get into a position like this.
We do kind of work ourselves up for certain situations. I mean, I kind of worked myself up for my last match at DPFL, too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it just happens. Those pressure situations and even those PDC guys, I've asked them about that. I said, how do you deal with, like, Damon Hedda? I'm good friends with Damon, and I talk to him all the time. And I just said, hey, how do you deal with pressure? He's like, well, it's always there. Sorry, it's always there, mate.
Hello, governor. It's always there.
But no, it's always present. It's just they handle it a little bit different. They just it's more subtle to them, and they just work by it.
Well, and it's by constant exposure. It's by constant living in those trenches of being under pressure that you learn to get over that line with it all. A lesson that, again, it doesn't sound fun to hear. You want the cheat code. There is no cheat code.
Yep. Want to say, can we see other teams? Yeah, we'll see as many teams as we possibly can. We do have 3 streaming boards, F4, F5, and F6. This was currently the only one that was up for grabs here on our streaming board, or on our streaming boards when we saw it. The other matches will be overhead views, so like F1 would be an overhead view, F3 would be the same. So we try to put priority on the streaming side of things with the full view here rather than an overhead, but we understand. When does the men's and women's USA teams play? They'll be tomorrow morning.
Yeah, looking forward. That's always one of my favorite days, seeing all those international players play, and of course seeing that German and United States rivalry with the Spaniards trying to play spoiler and the Canadians always getting undervalued and was a tough team as well.
Cody saying Damon's impression of Will's American accent was hilarious. Yes, he's got a good one of us. Oh, good eye, mate. Let me tell you about what I'm going to do.
All right. Well, do you want to hear my Damon Hedda impersonation?
No, absolutely.
Hey, it's me, Damon Hedda, the Heat. I got a mustache.
It's always a Jersey accent. It doesn't matter where the person's from. You go straight to Jersey.
Never been.
Oh,
actually,
my
I stopped at New Jersey once for a Quiznos.
Oh, jeez.
You're wishing I was still in that meeting, huh?
Yes. Yeah, I'm wishing you were still asleep at this moment.
This is a good moment right here for Jesse. Needs to leave a finish.
It's a tight-knit moment. You really need to find some distance in between you and the other score line here.
Good last start. Was high risk, high reward. If it was just a single, would have left a bogey. But 136 is the first leave. But, of course, Shoes Pup Suds can go ahead and get out in front and leave a better finish at that. Working on that dart, not a bad marker. I don't know if I like the switch in that given moment, but does go back up, leaves 1-2-2, which is debatably a easier shot.
Mm-hmm. I don't know, man. I mean, you're getting that shot at bull. You know, that's the thing, potentially. You only need the 4 mark rather than the 6.
Well, now it's going to be the B score lines trying to make sure they're not playing freeze.
Exactly.
So you're looking right now for a low ton in this given moment. Get a solid 100 on the board. Doesn't matter if it leaves a 163 because you're not thinking about taking it out. You're thinking about making sure the 122 gets a good shot. Needs the treble. Now they're in trouble. $136 does still get that first look, though. What a shot this would be.
Be massive. Kind of keep him in the mix here. I mean, that's a good start. He definitely switched over to 36 there, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. I was like, okay.
I'd have stayed, bud.
Every time I would have stayed
I would
there.
have stayed, but
I don't know about that one.
to each their own.
Didn't pay off. Although I do call for trip 12 for the fans. Last start there, magnificent to leave 16. Jin Mount's an absolute character. 122 does not get a shot, by the way, so unfortunate that the out you set up for just doesn't get an opportunity, and there doesn't get brought down either, so now you're really into, uh-oh.
Good point, Nick. Good point, Nick.
Pretty much the professional wording on the, you're in the uh-oh territory. This is looking dire.
This would be great.
Skis Alpha definitely doing a good job of staying in front right now.
Yeah, I mean, even that feels like enough, doesn't it? Just enough to keep you out in front.
They're combined
Freeze.
96, so even if the 222 wasn't at a finish, it's a double free scenario.
Exactly.
And we kind of explained that a little bit, but because player 2 and player 4 would both effectively be frozen on their finishes right now, it's already hard enough to get over one freeze, let alone 2.
Mm-hmm.
So here we go, double 8 for the win, and Skis Alpha to go down the slopes for another great match.
First dart, nails it. There you go. They will advance.
And they will play in that 7th, 8th, either the Fleurs boys or 3 Canucks and a Patty in that next matchup there. So we are hearing some cheers on board F1 right now between Milwaukee Monsters and DSOP 3.
We don't have a matchup that we can show you. I mean, we've got is that board? Yeah, F8 and F1. So we're going to go over the shoulder to Milwaukee Monsters and DSOP 3. Just everything else is going to be off stream. So we'll do that for the time being. At least continue to bring you guys some coverage here of this great event, the team event, Masters team event here at NDA Team Dart 2025. Hang tight. We'll be right back with more coverage. Well, I was going to give you this matchup, but Milwaukee Monsters said they got smoked 3-0. So, ouch. It'll be DSOB 1, DSOB 3 on the hill. We'll see. I don't think they're going to play those out yet. I think they'll anticipate waiting at least and then the matchup on the back end. So, Milwaukee Monsters will head to that 5th, 6th position waiting on Nitro Biscuit or Cali Monsters. And then we'll try to cue in at least LaFleur Boys and Skis Alpha Dogs, or the 3 Canadian and a Patty versus Ski's Alpha Dog. So I guess I got to rate on that matchup first. But we'll cue in at least that match so we have something and see if the Nitro Biscuit boys have started yet or not. But I would assume so. We'll go ahead and take a look. Yeah, they have got underway. So I'll go to our board view here. Went overhead, so at least we give you guys something to watch here. I know it's just unfortunate, but like I said, I'll go run over there and at least cue in a streamed matchup for us. But Darren Auckland up at the Aki now for Nitro Biscuit. So we'll throw on some music and keep it right here, folks. Thanks for watching. Will Stewart, Nick Teixeira. We'll be back in a moment. All righty, folks, we have queued in all our matches. Here's what's going to happen. We're going to have this matchup on F8, but our next 5th, 6th position match between Well, that Skis Alpha Dogs awaiting LaFleur Boys or 3 Canadians and a Patty. That'll be on one of our streaming boards. So at least we have a match to give you. And then the 5th, 6th positions, we'll split those on our streaming boards and give you the rest of our coverage. The Hill match and the 4th place match will play at the same time. We'll probably take precedent with the Hill match, of course. So we should be queued in for a few hours of fun here. Hang tight. I'm glad we kicked it on a little bit earlier. We'd just be starting the broadcast right now. So glad we did that. We may make some adjustments as we go, too. So just be aware, our streaming schedule time is just as suggested. We're guaranteed to start then. We may go early sometimes if we feel the bracket's running a little bit quick. And that's going to be a good possibility with the mobile switch rather than paper. I think that is why we're a little bit quicker this year. So be ready. You may see us a little bit early, whether it be 30 minutes or a little bit more than that. We'll see. But, yeah, we'll be right back. Well, as you can see there, our match has been called for F6. No action there quite yet, but we should have Alpha Dogs and 3 Canucks and a Patty coming up here on F6 in just a moment. Winner will go to F4 to play the stadium. That's what we should have coming for you here in no time at all. This is Nitro Biscuit and Cali Monsters. This is the only match we have for you from our bracket right now, so that's why we kind of just doing this overhead view. So do apologize for the delay here in our stream coverage, but that's just kind of the nature of the beast. When you're waiting on a match to finish up, you kind of got to make things happen. So we should have this match between Skis Alpha Dogs and 3 Canucks and a Patty here in just a moment, folks. Thanks for joining us. We appreciate it. All righty, enough of this nonsense. Let's get back to the action. What do you say here, Mr. Nick DeShera? We got a match on our streaming board.
Yeah, well, I say giddy up, let's go, and yeehaw. Let's get some good darts on our screen here, as there's going to be another great matchup where we're seeing some great performances from these different teams.
Yeah, we got Skis Alpha Dogs taking on 3 Canucks and a Patty here in this one. This is your 7th, 8th position, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, 7th, 8th position.
Winner of this, we'll play that the Stadium team. The Stadium runner-up team last year. That's going to be Brad Bryce, Caleb Hunter, Ram Guevara, and Andrew Honeycutt. But in this match, Skis Alpha Dogs going to be contested of Gil Herrera, Jaron Todd, Kyle Coleman, Sean Hagg on that main team there, and then 3 Canucks and a Patty. That's going to be Michael Locke, Rick Froome, Steve Kristen Jansen, and then Trevor Barrett in that matchup. Still having trouble getting in on this A score line, and that is 6 darts of no thank you. Folks, let us know. What are you looking forward to see? What are your predictions in the rest of this Masters bracket? I can tell you, highly likely that one of the German teams are going to try to take it again this year. DSOB 1 looking to defend their title. But, of course, there's some teams on the other side of the bracket trying to contest this. We got that Milwaukee Monsters, Nitro Biscuit, Cali Monsters, the Stadium, and then these 2 teams here, of course, as well. So keep that in mind, folks, that there's still some great players trying to contest this bracket. You don't want the title to go overseas twice if you're one of the Americans, and if you're not, you want it to absolutely go overseas again. Here we go, trying to continue to chuck away here, especially punishing the fact that Skis Alpha's score line is still not in after 6.
That's tough. That is very tough.
Does finally get in there on dart number 7. And frankly, can still make up for lost ground here with a couple big trips. There's one. Oh, not the other one you envisioned, but still a good shot nonetheless. Good 123. Thought it was going to be a little bit more.
But he's in a good position here, 256 or 257, depending on this score line here. But they got a little help thrown their way with that player 1 score line, didn't they?
Yeah, exactly. It gives you a huge head start early on in this mix-up here. Here we go. The Canucks going to continue to try to Canuck away at this one.
All right, bud.
Well, is that the line? We can't reach the line. It's only 11:30. We can't be at the line yet.
We're already hitting the line, my guy.
That's it. No Jollibees for you.
We are not doing Jollibees today. We have got food in the room. We're eating the food in the room. This is how
Dad,
things don't get eaten.
Okay. I'm sorry.
By the way, if you were joining us last
Oh,
night,
my gosh.
Nick wanted Jack in the Box, and he was adamant about it.
I said that I was going to do it, and that you didn't have to take part in the Jack in the Box.
It'll be 15 minutes. It'll be perfect timing. An hour and a half later, the food arrives at 4 a.m.
The time progressively gets longer when you tell the story.
I hate you so much.
Hate's a strong word, and I love you too.
All righty, back to the match here. Good switch. He'll go right back on up. Didn't envision him going to the 18s, but okay.
Yeah, a little bit of a suspect choice, but not really in a consequential position with that 3-4-3 on the Ski Alpha scoreline. Still could get potentially punished, though. It's up to a couple good darts to kind of change this around a little bit. Now here you go, 264. You're looking for about 100 at least, so that way you can pressure a potential freeze on the 88. That's going to be the mentality in this given moment. A couple good trips can make that difference.
Gap saying, why wouldn't you keep it on the match we've been watching? Well, there's a reason why. Because we're always going to take precedent over real streaming coverage than an over-the-shoulder shot. It's not ideal. Plus, there's no commentary to it. So, yeah, if we're giving a matchup on a stream, we're gonna try to give you that coverage, especially considering this is the 5th, 6th, or sorry, this is 7th, 8th. That other one is a 9th through 12th. So,
yeah. Well, this is a big moment right here. That's a huge moment, a big 180. Yeah, it leaves a bogey, but immediately takes the freeze off the table here for the 88. Massive, and now that 162 is getting even more punished for being on an awkward bogey number.
Yep.
Great play there.
Does look like Nitro Brisket did win that matchup, so they will play Milwaukee Monsters next. Right now they're scheduled on F5. They'll probably move over to F4. I gave them that option because F5 is right up next to this one, so it makes sense to probably spread them out just a touch. And they'll probably get underway as soon as they get their warm-up dart, so we'll keep an eye on that.
Certainly the case. We'll try our best to bring you all the action across all the boards. And the 88 doesn't go. Well, it gets left to 32. 164 can go, however. But no matter what, you're focusing on also just making sure you continue to bring it on down to get that 133 chance, since 163 is no good. If you're having trouble keeping up all the random numbers, I'm saying, me too.
Huh. Really needs a helpful turn here. Thinking at least one triple. A ton would be nice. There you go. Go down to 51. I
don't think you want 50.
You could go 57.
No, you want. Yeah, I was going to say 51 for 32
exactly.
leaves 64. That leaves it even. So that's a smart stay.
Yeah.
It could have gone 57 though for a better leave. But yes, 51 that instance was the only time you can't actually really shoot it because it leaves the 133 eligible.
And that's why I was turning around. I was like, nah, 57 or I mean, the 60's okay, but it leaves you the bogey.
Yeah,
you know?
Exactly. Not ideal, but this can't go.
Granted, 26 isn't a
great
look, but
no matter what, now the other 64 can't go.
Exactly.
So it ended up working out very well.
Mm-hmm.
Leg number 1, pretty much a lock for Skis Alpha. Just need to cross through the door. Another one of those will be fine. Exactly what he intended.
1-0 Skis.
Carter, he don't want that smoke, to answer your question.
I don't even know what was said.
You know, Marcel came up to me, and he's like, that Will can throw. I've been watching his DPFL, and I was like, calm it down.
Oh, Marcel did?
Marcel did.
I'll tell Marcel. Hey, you don't want this smoke. No, it's kind of crazy how many. All of a sudden, I'm getting all these friend requests. I'm like, why? And I figure,
because you're charming.
DPFL matches that are all of a sudden getting a little bit popular.
Yeah, you're somewhat of a big deal. You as the ladies' man.
That was the only. Don't start with me. Don't start with me.
Don't start with me is a crazy response.
Don't start with me. I won't stop. As you see Garrett walk right in front of those guys. Heading to his board. So I'll keep an eye on the Phoenix and the Radical. In our side camera here. It looks like everybody's coming on over, so it should start fairly quickly. I mean, pending Darren. Darren is a walking delay, let's be honest.
Listen, Darren making friends Auckland? Yeah, a little bit.
He's going to be a walking delay.
I love me some Darren. Darren also loves everybody.
Yeah, that's the truth. We're not being harsh. We're just being real, and Darren will tell you that firsthand. I like it. Darren making friends Auckland. That's his nickname for sure. In on dart number 1. Not a bad start.
Oh, and having a little bit of trouble getting in. And doesn't get in, so Rick not going to feel happy with that one. And big props to Skis Alpha, by the way, for that leg number 1 win, considering the circumstance of them having trouble getting in to get things going.
I like that $1,000 on Will from Carter. Thank you. Now we're gonna play at least a
$1,000.
We'll record the match just for.
I think we got to get Jen and Porky to commentate this one live, though. That's what I'm thinking. Like, not on the live stream, but like they'll live react and commentate. We'll post that one out after.
Yeah, we could do that.
That's what I'm thinking. Why not? Like, we have the well, actually, I was about to say the 2 best commentators to be able to do it, but we have 2 commentators to be able to do it. It's a better way to say that.
What if we got the Germans to do it for us?
Oh, they would be mean. They would be so mean. They probably would.
All righty here. Well, that player 2 score line on your home team, they need to find it in. Preferably first dart, and then do some damage on the treble.
Or else you're going to be in some trouble.
You really are. I mean, especially with the Skis Alpha being at 260 on your player 1.
Asking where these teams are from. The vendor for 3 Connects and a Patty Midwest Dart, that's going to be in Saskatchewan.
Jeez Louise,
wow.
bud.
Hello. And then Darts Alpha's from the Illinois area. I got stuck on that one. I was saying it fine yesterday, too. Oh, my goodness, Cap. You screwed me over with that question without even knowing. We see that 3 Connect scoreline gets in, but just barely. So advantage early to Skis Alpha in this leg, which, again, they kind of really came back to win the previous one. Still finding some success upstairs. I will say one of the funniest things about streaming the 3 different boards here, Will, is the fact that I think Arachna's the only board that has the same triple noise for all the different triples. So I keep like looking, I'm like, oh, this is going to be a big one, because like the other board like makes the same noise for just each individual segment. This one does every single one. It keeps throwing me off. I'm like, this is a 180. Oh wait, that's a 135.
Oh wait. Yeah, it does throw you off just a hair, doesn't it?
Yeah, just a little bit. But it's just funny because it's just the different idiosyncrasies from all these different dartboards. And to answer your question, Carter, you can't not favor DSOB 1 as far as a pick here.
Oh, that's just a warm-up. That confused me for a second.
It's okay. I got confused too. But yeah, DSOB 1 you're going to naturally favor just because of their previous success last year. Especially because, I mean, Marcel and Nico were undeniable. Matthias is always tough with Mario, Alavis, and Christian as well. Brutally strong team. But they have the DSOB 3 team, which is also very tough as well.
I mean, the German contingent's always strong here at NDA Team Dart, man. And even, I mean, we can consider the Spaniards a dominant force, too. I mean, what is it, Fiddy and David from last year, and also Ricky and Justy doing what they did last night, winning the doubles again. And that's a hard task going back-to-back in NDA Team Dart.
Yeah. These late nights, early mornings.
That does not happen often on a back-to-back title run. I would love to go back in history and see how many back-to-backs there's been. But
not many. Not many at all.
I think so.
Well, it's also just sometimes you don't get the same people that come out there and defend, but then when you do, to do it in the exact same event, it's tough as nails, dog.
Yep. All right, Randy Jackson. It's a no for me, dog. It's a no for me.
No for me on my commentary skills today. Look at how interesting this game. This is almost parity to the leg number 1 here, though. Skis Alpha is kind of getting out in front a little bit, But you have the 3 Canucks score line with the first one that will be a look at a finish and 1 player on potential freezing duty. This is getting a little uncomfortable for everybody involved because you're starting to give favor back to the Canadian team. So Sean gonna have to try to make sure to leave a finish. 176 is no good. Folks, they take a picture of their averages because everything here is leveled play.
Yep.
Which is the biggest reason. The second biggest reason is in the Masters level why they have to do it as well is for things like Team USA, Team Canada, and all these other organizations because these stats do count towards those qualifications.
Exactly. So that's why they do it smartly. Keeping an eye on our the matchup has not started yet, so no big deal. Just wanted to let you know. It's kind of warming up still over there.
Oh.
And guess who's the missing person? You'll never guess.
Oh. Double 15. Oh, no. It doesn't go. It was a beautiful look, and it just doesn't quite collect.
Wrong side of the wire.
Yeah, and we'll see if it comes back to cost because a big shot here and a miss on that B score line for 3 Canucks can switch us back in the other favor, but only matters if a decent scoring round is hit. Good last start. Helps the cause. Rick has a lot of pressure on this shot. Needs to find, realistically, a minimum 120. I don't think 100 is going to be enough in this scenario.
Can't find it.
Yeah, and the freeze is on. They're at 247 combined right now. So, can't bust the 168. Well, you can, but you shouldn't. So, yeah, therefore, you are set to go. 10 will not have a look. So, that was a needed double on that big 130 checkout. Or 150 checkout attempt.
3 Canucks in a spot here.
Yeah, just bring down this 10 a little bit lower. It can't hurt to bring it down a little bit lower. It's not like you prefer double 5 typically. Christopher Carter asking who's representing Team USA this year. Some Americans. That would be Steve Hilger, Dustin Holt, Garrett Rakowski.
Ram Guevara,
thank you.
Yep.
And then we also have Mary Brand, Chrissy Grimmel.
Trisha Romero. Is Hunter?
Yeah, and Hunter. It was Hunter as well.
Hunter as well.
Yeah, because there was no Jake, but there's Hunter this year.
Yep.
Off the dome. Look at that.
Hey, we
Look
tried.
at that.
We tried. I think there's a couple more. Donna Gagan.
Yes. They have a couple alternates on there as well. And
Yeah.
and we didn't listen in particular order, by the way. Just the first names that came to mind.
Yep.
And we forgot you. It's because we hate you. I got to stop saying those
Just
jokes.
not that important.
Oh, one for the LG. Single 17 trip 12 was not on my docket. But it's not going to matter. This has to leave a finish right now and not going to be able to do so. No. So 86 gets an opportunity. Skis Alpha looking likely to be 2-0 up in this one, Will.
Well, looking like it. Reminder, the winner of this match will face the Stadium in the 5th-6th position. I'll say this one, too. Overplayed.
You said this already. That's why I said it.
Yep.
This is a banger.
Mr. Brightside. Overplayed.
It's overplayed because it can't be overplayed, actually.
It's a good song, don't get me wrong, but it's been overplayed.
It's like a top 100 all-time song.
But granted, when you're a dart player, you kind of get bombarded with that often because of Nathan Aspinall.
And I love Nathan Aspinall. Give me some ass. 26, got to go. Don't want to keep messing around with it too much longer. Working on the dart. Played it outside. That's fine. Does get it there. 2-0 lead for Skis Alpha Dogs.
Just barely grabs it. So
now the advantage up. 3 Canucks need to find a little bit of hope here. Need to get a rally cry going. As they don't feel like they should be 2-0 down given the scenario. It's just some haywire moments where they're not really firing on all cylinders where you would expect them to be.
Exactly. But you got to find it fast. 2-0 down is not the spot you want to be in. Taking just a moment to get back underway here.
Yeah, they're just analyzing the data before executing the strategy.
Just getting underway on that other matchup, but kind of keep it right here in the meantime just to see potentially happens here.
Chris was saying Team USA has definitely changed a lot from before. Team USA used to be like Johnny K, Bug, Big Dog, S.
Yeah, I mean,
but it's generations of players that slowly start turning in and out, and you see the different runs of players.
well, you see Scotty K, he's kind of taking some time off, has been with some knee issues and what have you, and now he's running a couple businesses. Big Dog moved, and you know, he's kind of a little bit older now. So, yeah, I mean, you're going to make those runs. And even like this year, no Leonard Gates.
Yeah, no, LG's a big one.
Exactly. There's a reason. I mean, he's at CDC Cross-Sport Challenge. We still may see him. He may go from LA to here.
I wouldn't be surprised knowing him.
Yeah, he's probably going to. I would
for
imagine.
a couple days, yeah.
Because let me just do a little investigative work. Oh, Monday night. Oh, your son singles cricket? Yeah, I'd come up and show up for that one.
Yeah, come up, get a quick little paycheck, at least in his mind.
Well, Virginia's here, too, so I would imagine.
Oh, she here? I haven't seen her yet.
I saw her, so I would imagine.
She hasn't made fun of my dancing yet.
Well, she's avoiding you for that reason. But.
Yeah, she likes me. She likes making fun of me, too. Look at this. The Canucks still having the same issue. One of the scorelines not being able to get in. Should be able to find that 20 in the last. You can see slowly sack that dart up into place. But Rutrow Raggy not looking good in this scenario early. Kyle needs to make sure to do his part. Just get in. Keep the pressure on the Canadians. Does get in. Looking for a Guevara special. No one can hit a Guevara special like Guevara.
You know, 160 in.
I love that in San Antonio where you were like, well, you can't call a 160 Guevara special, then you hit 5 in a row, and you're like, all right,
I guess you can. I guess you can. It's just like the Maloney double is taking over in cricket, which is nonsense. I mean, it's just prevalent now in the game because darts is always the checkout routes and routines is always changed throughout time. I mean, you're starting to see the double finishes now.
The trip 12s.
Yeah, well, get out of here. They become more prevalent. So, yeah, same for like Team USA, like we were mentioning. It just over time things change.
Well, it's about that expectation of constantly trying to grow and improve, whether it be the sport as a whole or the individual play.
Yeah.
And then also just was like Team USA, it's always cool to see the cycling of players, just like the international teams. We see some consistent ones, but again, there's always those standout players that are like, okay, you're here this year, you're doing whatever it takes to get it done. We're going to make sure to write you down in the history books here because you're doing something special. Well, this is still a little too close to call. A little bit of favor right now for this scoreline here for Kyle. Took a long time after that first start to kind of reset himself. All over it. Does find on the last.
Yeah, being that player 4, that's a nice scoreline to be at 281, especially with everybody else's scorelines there. If you're skis, you're just thinking one triple a turn. One triple a turn, and we've got this locked in for 3-0.
So sorry. You were explaining that very accurately and well, and then the gentleman that just threw Psycho Steve is his name, by the way. As Psycho Steve was walking away, saw Jen with her camera and jumped right into it. I was like, oh, that's why he's Psycho Steve. Sorry, it just gave me a laugh there.
Massive ton 80 there to leave 229, and now, like I said, you're locked in for 3-0 here.
Trevor, on the other hand, gonna have to try to do something special. 5 is well off the margins. He's working that dart up, but yeah, and then an overcorrection on the last. You can see him kind of like wipe the eye line there. This is not the leg that they want to be having in this given moment. Can you leave it finish? Not quite. But again, still up front, combined 429. The lower they keep getting combined, the more likely that these score lines for freezing end up coming into play. And only 45. The Canadian team looks dejected right now.
They really do. They look down and out. They have a right to feel that way. I mean, the pressure just keeps getting put on by Skis Alpha.
Well, and the first and second legs are so winnable
Yeah.
for them, and it just doesn't collect. That's where it really starts to feel frustrating. It does look like that Nitro Biscuit Milwaukee Monsters match is just now getting started, by the way, so you haven't missed much of it, folks.
Yeah, it's 1-0.
1-0? Yeah, exactly.
Milwaukee.
So you haven't missed much.
1-0 Milwaukee.
Try our best to get a look over there after this one concludes.
Well, I was kind of wondering if this would go 3-0, and that's I was like, well, watch the rest of this one and then get the rest of the other match, because I do believe that potential. I mean, Wisconsin, all Wisconsinites there, Nitro Biscuit and Milwaukee Monsters has a chance to go to 3-2. I mean, we could see a decider there.
Yeah, oh,
could go 3-1.
Could even be a 3-0. Any of these scorelines are possible.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I'm kind of banking on a 3-2.
Oh yeah, I think that's a fair take, especially because they have the comfortability playing against each other. I'm just gonna take a moment to decide the route from here on out. You can see a little hesitation on the setup.
Well, he was kind of wondering, is the freeze even a factor here? Is kind of I think he was wondering. So he kind of contemplated 48 or 42, and then
I didn't like as he was still kind of looking at the screen while setting up his dart, rather than just taking a step back. If you're not sure after your first dart, you want to reevaluate, which is a fine position to do that in a freeze format, to reevaluate. That's fine. Just take a step off the line. Oh, gives a point for the 180, but it's a too little, too late. 100 here for a 3-0 win. Double bowl for the fans. Never for the fans. Got to get to 21 or less. I guess you don't have to, but it would freeze to 212, which is not a finish.
Yeah.
So, but you're thinking get low, get set up.
Yeah, now he's like, darn it.
They can still hit a single 10 in that scenario. I don't like a single 20 that much. But you could hit a single 10 in that scenario just because 212 is on a finish. You don't actually care if it's frozen or not. Psycho Steve trying to do what he can do. Just struggling to collect, looking for a cover. Doesn't go. Double top, Skis Alpha going down the slopes. Can they stick the landing?
Inside, over to double 10. Nails it. 3-nail scoreline as they will continue on in this bracket and play the stadium in the 5th, 6th position.
And some solid performance. Again, a little bit of a heartbreak for the Canadian contingent as they wanted to get a little bit more going and they just couldn't quite get it there. Here we go. Milwaukee Monsters taking on Nitro Biscuit. Milwaukee Monsters is going to be that classic quad of Garrett Rakowski, Jeffrey Johnson, Justin Meyer, and Steve Hilger. Nitro Biscuit, on the other hand, is going to be Darren Auckland, David Trapp, Leroy Wozniak, Mary Brand, and Tim Katz on that lineup. Smooth up to the line here. He had some moments yesterday where we felt like he was struggling a little bit. I'm curious to see what version of Smooth we get today, as that's a fine 140. Leroy Jenkins stepping up to the line.
One of the front runners here in this leg so far. Not going to hold on to it for 1-1.
And Milwaukee kind of not really in contention of this leg.
Yeah, no real pressure mounted from them.
When we're looking at Jeffrey Johnson, I always think, man, it's so dramatic watching him go up to the line because that subtle pause, the collection before he throws. I'm like, what's going to happen? What's he going to do? Now 200 is going to need to get set up. Only get at 145. Smooth going to have to get to a finish as well, but still looking likely for Nitro Biscuit. I don't know about no Nitro Biscuit, but I remember watching a lot of Nitro Circus growing up. Man, let me tell you, that was some good television. Oh, that's a good check right there. Nice and easy. Free and breezy. Checks out 83. 1-1.
Free and breezy. Oh, my goodness. This
Me
guy.
with my good briefs on.
This guy here. That intro song, man. That little intro tune gets me every time.
Oh, I love it. Like that's like it hits the serotonin in my brain. It really does. Like the chemicals are going crazy. When I hear that, I'm like, I'm ready to play darts.
Let's go. Well, it's an N for the player one score line, but not for the away team. See if Jeffrey can get in as well.
A little awkward on that first, but they'll somehow finds it on the second.
It looked closer to the one to me, but
Yeah.
somehow it managed the double 20 there.
That'll work. Finds 100.
Jackwagon asking why are there different brands of boards, just because of the number of boards needed. Well, yes and no. I think that part of that is because, based on your region, you probably see predominantly one of these boards, not all of them. So I know kind of here in the U.S., Racted's pretty prominent in most of our areas, Phoenix and some. Radicals, a little bit less, but over
Texas area.
Yeah, over in Spain, Radical is your predominant is your main board. For Germany, it's Phoenix Radical low end boards. So yeah, it allows everybody to play on something that maybe they are used to and something they're not used to. So it kind of equals it out in that aspect. Because I'll tell you firsthand, the Germans, when it comes to the Reactor boards, they are very confused on that, on how to set those up.
The setup and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, and every player definitely has a slight preference, but the true seasoned veterans of the NDA Team Dart event are the ones that just play on any of them. Because I obviously have the most comfortability on Arachnid. I played that. That's the majority of the leagues I've ever played were on that board. But I've also gone to Phoenix tournaments in the past. I've played on Radical out here. It's the only place I really ever get a chance to play on them. But I like how firm the face is on it personally. So they all have pros and cons with them. Again, those DSOP teams looking for some danger, looking for some trouble. They're going to be going up against each other in just a little bit here, so stay tuned on that one, folks. That will be that C match of DSOP 1 versus DSOP 3, the German battle for the final.
I think they're taking a moment to – they may be lingering around now, but I think they took a moment to get a bite to eat or take care of some business before coming back in to get a few warm-up darts in for that potential lock-in of the first, second, or third place position.
Well, and you and I talked about it, but, I mean, you have to just take care of yourself when you're out here. If you have an extended break, eat, but not eat so much that you get lethargic. When you have a couple of liquid encouragement beverages, make sure to follow up with some water, and make sure that you just, I don't know, shower, deodorant, take a break every now and again. Do stuff to take care of yourself, because if you're not doing what it takes to prepare yourself to play at your best, then you'll never perform the way you expect to find yourself. Well, that was a case of the neighbors and the oopsies there for Jeff Johnson. 23 points the hard way.
Again, thank you to all our viewers joining us today for our coverage here of the Masters Team Event Final.
And we appreciate each and every one of you, but especially you, We the Darter, but not you, Austin Braswell.
Just a reminder, share this around to your friends. Let them know we'll be live for a little longer here.
Yeah, we'll be covering full coverage of this bracket. This is the only thing going on out here right now anyways, right? It's just this Masters.
Well, everything else is bracket play to a certain point for those other levels. So they made the change this year to where it was round robin first day, round robin second day. And then you have your bracket play for those lower levels on the third day. But this year, it's only that one round robin stage into bracket play, and then they'll play that to a certain point. I'm sure it's like top 8 or something like that.
Yeah, it looks like it from where they're at. Yeah, that's the top 8 because I can see them kind of pre-hold some matches here.
Yeah, so good stuff. Smart to do.
And those brackets are moving pretty quick, too, so they'll probably be done before this one finishes out.
I imagine just because they're playing to a certain point and then they'll stop, where this one will play throughout. So usually our coverage on this day will last a little bit longer. Big ton 80.
To make up for his 23, finds a max there to lead the first checkout. Nitro Biscuit going to need to kind of return the sender, looking for a 140 at least. That helps. That does not, but you can still stay on. Only 100, so no finish there. So Jeff Johnson, good recovery from him. Can I tell you, Gary Rakowski last night, after his finals loss, was out there, and Frozen came on, touch and shoot box, and he was belting. He was choreographed, the whole thing.
He's got a couple kids, man.
No, listen, I'm not shaming him. I'm proud of him, Will. It was incredible. And if you want to know the vibe check of what's playing right now, we got Rise Against Savior playing right now. So banger. Banger alert. 160 here for Jeff Johnson. This would be a banger alert as well.
I tell you what would be funny is if they could access Touch Tunes and send us some music out there in the viewership land. How about this? Tops needed for a 160.
To follow is 180.
Oh, my.
Oh, so dramatic, Jeff. He's so
He's
dramatic.
so technical, man. I hate every bit of it, but it works.
I love it
for him.
too. No, just low on the wire. Well thrown dart. Oh, man. So you said you wanted to do what now with the jukebox? Sorry, Jeff Johnson would just stole the show there for a second.
I said it'd be kind of cool if all our viewers could throw some stuff on the jukebox for us, right?
Oh, yeah. So the secret to that is if you're not here the whole week, as long as you've logged into that jukebox once, you could play it from home. That's how sometimes I mess with the people at Trick Shots when they're playing over there. I can mess with the people at your place, Side Pockets or whatever. I can mess with them right now. Gary Rakowski goes ahead and gets it finished up, though. Great support from Jeff Johnson, who kept the pressure piled on, and now that's a 2-1 advantage for the Milwaukee Monsters.
Monsters.
Listen, someone's got to give a little bit of that
I was digging
pizzazz,
it. I was digging it.
that little bit of bada bing, bada boom, peanut butter and jelly, the things I'm known for. At least Jen finds me funny.
Oh, she's just laughing because she's laughing at you, not laughing with you.
She's laughing at the consequences of her actions for hiring us.
Just absolutely. Why did we do this to ourselves, Jen? I'm wondering when Jen's getting on the mic. She's avoiding it.
I think she's going to commentate with Porky, our best of 5 later for 100 bones.
It's 1,000 bones, brother.
You don't want that because I will win. And you have a tonsillectomy coming up. You need the money. Well, Smooth not feeling very at the moment. Doesn't get in.
Oh, a little early there, my guy.
Yeah, just in time somehow. But yeah, he was kind of close. Does get on the last. Well, how about that? Porky does find the patent 151 in. So good stuff there indeed. David finds first trip. Awkward, yeah. I like that he went for the cover there, even if it doesn't collect the way he intended. So I'm going to take the happy accident of hitting a 101. That's 1 point better than if you stayed on the 20. Smooth needs to get in. Can't mess around with it. Get on to a different double. He's staying there. I don't like the stay. That's 6 darts failed at the end. Nitro Biscuit. Right now, Darren's very aware that if he does some Darren shenanigans right now, they can push themselves out in front of this leg and kind of lock in a 2-2 scenario pretty quickly. But he has to hit the big shot for that to really hurt. That helps. And that helps Molbetta, as that's a big 140. Darren Auckland, man. One of those guys I think is pretty underrated in the grand scheme of North American darts. You see him, and while you don't always see him get that big singles bracket win, what you do see is constantly in these team-based events get on these deep bracket runs. Maybe it's just because he's Mr. Congeniality and talks with everybody and takes the selfies and chit-chats. But he's just so likable that I think it makes it easy to play with and hard to play against. I want to dislike my opponent. I don't dislike people very often, but I want to dislike my opponent because it makes it easier to play against them. When I want to beat you, I want to beat you. That's why I beat Will. Does finally get in. He can see Darren and them kind of giving a little bit of a celebration there in the background. So Smooth does get in, but I was only after 6 missed darts. Could come back to hurt even more. Darren's going to continue chucking away. He's down to 19 for the cover shot. And back up, I don't like the back and forth nature there, but in either case, still doing a good job of staying out in front overall. Combined to 466 points means that this 4-4-4 is likely to freeze whatever Porky does here no matter what. Porky knows he has to leave it finished just in case. Porky doesn't leave a finish, and now this leg is all but guaranteed to Nitro Biscuit, barring something crazy from happening. And you want to get that one. You want to continue moving on. You want to continue to fight. Winner of this match will get either Skis Alpha Dogs or the Stadium in that next round, by the way, for the fourth place match. Of course, during that fourth place match, we'll be covering that King Seat match of DSOP 1 and DSOP 3. So just keep that in mind of our kind of run of the tail. But even if Smooth hits perfection here, this is looking likely for a last leg decider, Will.
Yeah, we were queued in for – that's why I was just going out there. I was like, they actually put the 5th-6th matchup on F4 because these guys were initially going to play on F5. But there was just an issue that they needed to make sure that was corrected. So I said, hey, play on F4, that's fine. So I just told those guys if they wanted to play on F6 and get started, that's perfectly okay, and we'll make it work. So, yeah, hopefully they'll be starting right as this one finishes, and then we'll get the hill on board 4.
Absolutely. That'd be cool. No matter what, we're seeing some great darts across the board, and I'm just excited to see any of it, Will. Left 162, so a little bit of an oopsie. But again, the freeze is in play now. So even if Porky hits a great round, he needed to have a finish to shoot at this turn. By next turn, it feels like it might not matter. It's not on all cylinders for the Milky Monsters this leg. Porky is outthrowing the group by staying a little bit ahead. But Smooth just needs to live up to the name. Play smooth, baby. Cassie, that'll be tomorrow morning. We'll be getting coverage of the international event.
Yep, tomorrow morning. No walk-on this year. They've already done that one, so
we'll have a little walk-on recorded that we did there, so you guys can at least see that.
But we're scheduled to start at 10 a.m. tomorrow for that event. Granted, I'm assuming we'll be just a little bit later than that.
Yeah, it usually takes a little bit to get that one going at the beginning of the day.
Yeah.
But then again, that's also because of the walk-on in the years past, so who knows?
Exactly. They may be queued in, ready to rock.
118 already frozen. No way to really do much about it right now. Smooth is just going to have to leave himself a finish and take it. Drew Thomas heading us with the classic. What's up, brother?
What's up, brother? Or is it, what's up, brother?
Listen here, brother.
It's the Hulkamaniac.
And AJ, we will be getting some doubles cricket tonight, by the way. So there will be in our evening session of the live stream.
Yes, exactly. 8 p.m. is when our 8 p.m. local. So yeah, a little bit later in the evening for you guys on the East Coast. Sorry, but that's just kind of how things work out.
Breaks. Dims the breaks.
Yeah, but that is when we'll be starting. And it'll be because it's cricket. It can run a little bit later, but we'll see.
I don't like that. He went for the trip 10 for double 16, went to the 17 to leave double 15. If you started trip 10, just stay there. You hit a single 15 and hit another single 15. Instead, left himself on 15. But no harm, no foul. Plenty of incoming darts here. This is the one thing about freeze roll that I think some players come to dislike or they absolutely love, and there's no in between depending on what side you're on, as Darren does take this to a 2-2. But that inevitable, okay, I'm frozen. It doesn't look like I'm getting unfrozen, and my opponents are kind of just messing about with the outs. It's just waiting for the end, waiting for the inevitable. But the moments where you do come back from those very tough spots, those are the moments you remember the most, and I'm personally probably one of the biggest defenders of the freeze rule format.
Well, it's like I planned it, man. I just said this very well could go 3-2, and we're going to get just that.
Well, you did write the script. This is scripted.
Yeah. That one's a little bit tough to tell. Looks like a redo on my end. Nope, someone got it. All right, last league decider. Which Wisconsin team is going to advance?
Here we go. Garrett Rakowski, the bullet to get things started off. Steve Hilger, the porky, to get things started off. They did a little swapperoo there real quick. Keith saying, I really don't have a problem shooting against friends at the line. We are opponents, but we can always be friends. I agree to an extent. I don't have a trouble playing friends, and if anything, you actually can get a little bit relaxed playing friends. But in general, sometimes it's easy to get a little bit too relaxed, get a little bit too caught up, and kind of forget the moment that you're in. And that can be a double-edged sword. So I don't struggle to play against friends. It's just sometimes I don't feel like I bring out the same level of performance and heat that I would otherwise if it was someone I didn't know.
Yeah.
That's the best feeling. I love being someone where they don't know me and I don't know them kind of matches. I think that's probably my favorite kind of play.
Yeah, you can get lackadaisical on certain matches where you know you've had the upper hand advantage on a friend or maybe the opposite, so.
Well, it's like you. I mean, you always kind of play soft when you play me. That was an uncomfortable laugh.
True, bud. True, bud.
I'm sorry. I should have said it.
Yeah. You thought about that again, just like your.
My what?
My
what?
Your hose remark yesterday.
Listen,
As
if
he
you're
was
not
talking
out
about
front playing with the hose, then what are you doing, Will?
He was talking about the garden hose.
Yeah.
And everybody thought he was talking about something else. Oh, my gosh. All righty, back to the match.
I had a different childhood. Smooth here. Trying to get things going. And bare minimum on the end of the previous turn. 4 points doesn't turn into much else with 59 scored on the follow-up. Nitro Biscuit knows that this is the kind of opportunity they really need to pounce on.
Yeah, someone's got to find some distance here.
Now, this is the score line that's going a little bit better. With the 112 in, Jeff Johnson can really go on a breakaway here. He was pretty clutch earlier in this matchup.
He went 180, almost had the shot at 160, didn't he?
Yeah, missed by one hole on a valiant effort. Valorant's a video game. Just 66, not as much as you would have preferred. Steve Dyker saying, both great teams from Wisconsin. I mean, they ain't no Black Saddle, but these boys all right. And David had the marker on the first, but pulled it. Only 43 on the turn. So right now, a little bit of forgiveness on this top scorer. Porky's going to need to collect better here, and he knows it. He knows that him and Smooth start off slow, and they've gotten let off the hook. You need to find a ton plus, get some momentum going. Finds a trip. Finds another. What a recovery. Steve Hilger finds a 180. Porky is going to the buffet and eating all he can handle. What timing for a shot like that. It puts pressure. Can this get responded right back to? Nitro Biscuit thinks yes. Working on that dart. No, doesn't find success. So Porky with the 180, Nitro Biscuit with the lax turn, and Garrett Rakowski with the dream of continuing to push the question of, are we going to cross that line first? He knows his answer is thinking yes. But the magic 8-ball that is the game of darts might decide otherwise. Good 100 there for Rakowski.
Wow, what a turn for the Wisconsin
On a
Milwaukee Monsters here.
Yeah, they turned on the pinning well.
Good point. That helpful aid of a 180 from Hilger, and then Rakowski backs it up, man. I mean, what a moment. You're thinking you're almost down and out, and then all of a sudden you get a spring of life.
And that's the funny thing about darts. You just can't assume it's over until the gold star's by your name. Smooth doesn't leave a finish, but that would require some incredible stuff for the inverse to be true the other way around. 180 to leave 164 would be the route for Darren in this given moment. So no finish is going to be left. It does get chopped down just a little bit. Nitro Biscuit playing very consistent darts in this leg, but it was been feast or famine, and Milwaukee Monsters have chosen feast in this moment. Here we go, Jeff. Can you leave the first finish? First one's pulled. Single 20 doesn't leave a finish. Needs to find a trip. Not that trip, so no finish left. Big moment here for David. He collects on some perfection, and all of a sudden things are different. It's easier said than done, but it's something you kind of need in this moment. Getting that first look is everything. Can't happen now. And there, wide open. Guys, it's lunchtime, but that was breakfast.
Unfortunate breakfast.
Unfortunate breakfast sounds like a great podcast. I would listen to that.
Good one.
Yeah.
It's dinner time there in Germany.
Mm.
Well, probably a little bit past dinner time.
Working mad at that double 16 attempt on the last to try to leave double 16. They're all kind of having a laugh. Even Tim's kind of smiling. But then you saw his eyes adjust, look at the scoreline, and realize, okay, no time for laughs. Time for big hits. Again, no finish left. Nitro Biscuit looking deflated. The NOS tank is on E.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate for them. And it's kind of in and up like this, but
On the bright side, they have the best name of a Kentucky Derby horse I've ever seen in a dart tournament.
that's true. I believe that actually is a
No,
horse.
is it really?
Nitro Biscuit. Yeah, I'm
That's
dead
awesome.
serious.
I just made that up.
I believe that was a Kentucky Derby horse like fairly recently.
The more you know. 166 is the bogey, so still no finish despite the good 140. Doesn't really matter as much because the freeze is the bigger issue in this moment, though. So we'll see what ends up happening. Smooth finds the trip 16, double 8 for the match. Can you work it on that dart? He cannot yet. So 203 needs to hit a 180. 70 needs to miss. And then 166 needs to bring it all the way down, too. And even then, you're still probably down and out.
Yeah. Doesn't look likely.
Yeah, unfortunately, just with the 166 being a bogey in this scenario, just nothing you can really do. Even if Darren hit perfection there and got him out of freeze range, you're still hoping for Jeff to miss. And I don't like the bet against Jeff. So here's your moment. Here's your sign. It's Jeff Johnson approaching the line. Nothing on that rhyme, really?
Nothing. I'm not going to give you any.
Any props?
Nope.
Double top for the match. Milwaukee Monsters to move on. Let's play either Skis, Alpha Dogs, or the Stadium.
And right now that is 1-0 to Stadium.
And there you go. Milwaukee Monsters get it done. And Nitro Biscuit is going to crumble and not be able to move on to that next round, but they were still putting up a great effort, and they were looking really likely in that match for a little bit there. Smooth. Why does Smooth look so sad? It's okay, Smooth.
He felt like he didn't provide enough there, I think.
They won.
I mean,
you mathematically speaking had to have provided enough if you won.
We'll head to our G3 board here for the Stadium and Skis Alpha Dogs.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing this match. Looking forward to seeing the Stadium team. We haven't had a chance to see them properly yet, have we?
No, we have not. This will be our first time seeing Ram, I believe, too.
Well, he's sitting right over there, and that Ram guy, he can throw, man. He can throw.
He's breaking our cameras.
Wow. Good shot there. Leads the 149. So the first look at the finish will be going towards the Stadium team. So if these are Skis Alphas dogs, then I would have to imagine like they have like a Division 2 team named like Skis Beta Dogs, like
Omega Dogs.
Yes, there's like Omega Dogs around here. You more of an Alpha or an Omega fan in general?
Don't even start. Don't even start with me.
Back to the match, 213 for Skis Alpha Dogs.
Speaking of Alpha, Will Stewart Alpha Darts. If you want to go purchase them, go to the A to Z booth or AtoZDarts.com. Ignore those Omega Gin Mounts darts. You don't want those. Those are trash.
Guys, if you keep on waiting, eventually they'll have to go on sale again.
Well,
hold out strong. I'm just kidding. Guys, go buy Will Stewart darts.
Free high fives with every purchase.
Free high fives from you or just like whoever sells them?
Whoever gives you the five. I don't know.
Kyle at 119. It can go. Treble 20 for double top. Stand that 20 to bring it on down. Pulls it over. Not going to be too happy. It could especially be very unhappy if this is a big shot here. 180 leaves 28, which means you can't freeze. But 114 is no gimme. Oh, you wanted just a little bit more than that, though. 2 double turn might have prevented the 57 freeze. But 114 likely to freeze now. Just needs to get below 32.
We'll see. Anything can happen here at this time.
Mark Summers in chat saying just got some Omega darts. They'll be here Monday.
Well, you're blocked, Mark.
You're banned. Trip 20 freezes. Trip 20 freezes.
You're done.
Trip 20 freezes. He does go up. That's a big last dart.
What a massive dart
it
there.
It freezes by 1 point.
Freeze.
He had to hit that.
Huge last.
How many times have we seen someone focus on hitting Trip 17 to leave a double top there instead of doing the right shot? Like, now the 57 can't go. That's great games play.
Just double checking. Yep, you're good. You were correct, but unfortunately bust, so that doesn't help you by any means.
A little confusion here in the order there for a second, it looks like. But Kyle at 77. So a moment to recompose. I think the classic 42 for double 16 is fine here. I think you can go a little bit crazier with it if you want to go like 54 for double 10, which is what he opted to do. I think there's a strong argument to stay for the 54, maybe like a 48, but 48's a little bit more awkward. Yeah, he did stay for the 54, but he pulls it. Now the 109 does have a chance to go. At a combined 84, it's more than 57. Oh, what a shot this would be. 17. Double 16.
Oh, this would be huge.
Oh, it doesn't happen.
That would have been for 2-0, an epic shot, and just outside.
Now 31 needs to get taken. Gotta be collected on this moment. Single 11, double 10's the route chosen. Does go. It is 1-1 in this one. Sees Alpha into Stadium. All chalk in this moment. So just getting everything set up for this next leg here in this great matchup. This Masters Team event, we've talked about it a little bit, what it means, but let's really put in perspective. These guys, when you're playing in the Masters, when you're playing at this high of a level, it's usually not last-second teams. These are teams that really think that they can get the win because, especially if they made it past the round robin, absolutely have the ability to get the win. And it's not about the money. Yes, the money's great.
Yes.
But it's about the pride of winning with your teammates. It's about the pride of sharing this accomplishment with 3, 4, 5, sometimes 6 other people to really show, hey, we were the best of the room this day. We are truly the best team in the 0-1 format this year at NDA Team Dart.
Yeah, it's a good format, but I mean, I'll be just straight up honest. It's going to be awfully tough to knock those two German teams off the ranking. I mean, TSOP 1 alone, just the pure talent they have on their team. Gosh, man.
Well, I wholeheartedly agree. But also, if any of these teams on the loser side of this bracket do go on to double dip the DSOP team, whether it be 1 or 3, whichever one, if you can go on to double dip them, you will know for a fact you accomplished something great.
Exactly.
It feels almost impossible to do. But there's a reason you play out all these matches, isn't there? The reason we play out all these matches is actually to tire out Porky so he can take as many naps as possible. I think he's got a nap brewing up there.
He's trying.
He's going to get there. Actually, he's watching something right now. He's laughing. iPad kids, man, I'm telling you.
I tell you, by the end of the week, we have like 7 people back here in our area napping.
Gates has done it.
Gates doing it.
I think Lim's been chilling in here before.
Somehow or another find their way back here. I think we have cots just ready to go.
It's nice enough carpet.
No,
cleanish.
we live on 5 hours of sleep, 5-hour increments here, so we got 5 hours last night, barely, and then we'll get maybe an hour nap in before tonight.
No nap for me today. Last time I napped for way longer than an hour, I'll tell you that much. And we were, despite the nap, still live for over 11 hours yesterday combined.
Yeah. There for a little bit, we were like, oh, no, this is going way quicker than we anticipated, but no.
You're stuck with us. Sorry.
We're good.
That's just dims the brakes. This is definitely an interesting situation here because the Stadium team has one scoreline doing just fine. The other one kind of trailing a little bit, but still staying in line with the other A scoreline. So, frankly, you're giving favor to the Houston team in this moment.
Yes, yeah, the Stadium has the upper hand advantage, especially now that fourth player is at 308.
308, not feeling great. 156. Gets a dart. Double 18. Ram Guevara with a 156 for a 2-1 lead, getting a match point in this matchup.
What a big shot from Ram.
I'm not going to lie. Porky just kind of like validated me, like looked over to the side after I said that. He kind of was like, give me a head shake.
That was it. That was for Ram. That was not for you.
Well, no, it was for me, right? Oh, he's doing. Oh, we lost him again.
Yep.
Were you giving a head shake because Ram had a good shot, or because I get a good commentary? Both? Okay, both.
Yeah,
We'll take both.
he said both at a.
We'll take both.
Because
we'll take both. Shh, shh. We'll take both.
He said, and then he goes, safe. He knows exactly what to say.
And that's why he makes a good commentator. Another leg of action. Another leg of fun. Here we go. 2-1. Skis Alpha. See what they got. Sean to get things started here. Yeah, showing some frustrations, but you got in and you got a couple darts at points. What I do love is the body language from Ram and the rest of the stadium team when they're not playing.
Ooh.
Look, they're just like sitting there, they're talking, they're relaxing. I feel like right now I'm looking at the Skis Alpha dogs, and you got like one of the players on their phone. Actually, you got one of the, you got Sean playing in the match on the phone. For me, I am just trying to stay engaged with the match still. I think on my break even, personally.
Yeah, but you're an engaged person. You have to be engaged. Where me, I have to disengage. I have to be on my phone or walking around,
Fair.
talking to somebody. So to each their own. Yeah, like you said, to each their own.
I don't know. I just feel like, for me personally, and it's not to discredit any of these players. It's not. But it's just one of those things where I'm trying to keep the vibes up. I'm trying to make sure that my guys are still relaxed and loose while throwing as much as possible. I'm making sure I'm relaxed and loose, but also very well aware of what's happening, who's doing what on the board. But, yeah, you're right. The different strokes for different folks, and that's the name of the game in darts. Appreciate over 700 of you guys watching in across all of our different platforms right now.
Absolutely incredible. Your viewership has been great so far, and we are nowhere near done. We've got a ton of action to bring you.
It's only Saturday. We're streaming until Wednesday night.
Yep.
I knew that the whole time, too, that we were streaming until Wednesday.
Wednesday afternoon.
Wednesday afternoon, you know.
We usually skip that last event just so we can pack
Mentally,
up.
I actually almost skipped all of Wednesday.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
Whoopsie. Hey, you guys can't get rid of me. You're stuck with me.
I just thought of something. So, usually on the last day, they kind of break half the room down, and usually it's this half. So I was like, are we going to be streaming on Wednesday?
I was wondering what you were thinking there, and that's a very valid thought.
Yeah, I think they're going to do the opposite way.
That would be really funny if not. Like, but they break down everything around us except for us and the 3 boards, and then everything else.
Actually, I'm gonna ask that one just to make sure. Like, probably pretty smart to do because I know all the vendor supplies are like back here, so this would be the breakdown area for sure. So we'll figure it out. But
you know what? The fun is in not knowing. In life, love, and the pursuit of happiness.
You know, they may have not thought. They have to have a plan because they've thought of everything.
They've done a good job of making a plan this year with everything else.
Fantastic job. I think that everybody would agree that the championship area is a must moving forward. It just a little bit more room, a little bit more spacious for everybody to walk around, and it just allows you to be a little bit more relaxed for a final, I think.
No, certainly, and it also makes it easier to spectate. It's kind of hard. So, like, when you walk in the room, you can tell this is going on now. Otherwise, in years past, you didn't know what was going on unless you looked around the back corner. Well, this is definitely getting a little bit haywire for the stadium. You got one score line out in front by almost 100 points to its parity play. But then on the top side there, you see about 100 points behind on one of the score lines. So this is a moment where Skis needs to focus on consistency of scoring. It's not about hitting 180s, 140s right now. It's about hitting 100s because every time you and your partner hit a 100 on skis, that A score line that's behind right now has to hit a 180, and they're still losing rounds.
Start is everything here in this format, isn't it? I mean, even 1 to 2 darts at the end could not getting in could be the difference between a win and a loss.
Finding 100 there, solid, consistent scoring is what we've been talking about. That's what we're seeing. 426, just not feeling like it's in contention. Very nice. Is the 127, and also what is happening in the background. Thank you, Papa. 278, going to try to leave a finish here, but more than likely also just trying to figure out, okay, let's make sure that 150 doesn't get a shot. I thought Sean was about to give us a no-look there for a second. Does decide to look at the board.
Oh. Well.
Yeah, this is still in complete danger.
I think they're just starting our hill match on board number.
Are they?
Yeah,
oh, they are.
4-4. Yeah, they just started. So
I mean, considering bracket position, I think it's better for us to keep an eagle eye over on this one and try to maybe watch that.
I think the it'd be a shame to only catch a match or two of these guys. I think that they're putting on a display. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and cue in that one.
Yeah, just give in the bracket position, folks. That's the main deciding factor and something like that. Shut up, Will. Shut up. Shut up, Will.
Oh, buddy.
With the wallet and darts and everything in it, please return it to the main stage now. If you accidentally or not accidentally pick up something that turns out, bring it up to the desk, the front desk.
I love their honesty. If you accidentally or not accidentally.
Whichever version. I completely screwed this up, Will.
Yeah, you did, bud.
I dipped it but by accident. Now it's clogged, and I'm trying to put the other side.
You messed it up big time. I knew instantly you messed it up. Just go figure it out. Oh,
No,
my
it's
gosh.
okay, it's okay. We're doing it live.
Turn his volume off. There we go. Yep, you're still off. Yes.
Let me talk to the people, Will. $20 can't go. Is frozen, so the stadium cannot win it here.
Yeah, go ahead and we'll keep you in the know on this one. I hate to do it. It's always a tough call, but
This is the seat match.
this is going to be a good one. We know it. I mean, these two DSOB teams taking on each other, DSOB 1, DSOB 3.
And let's go ahead and go through the run-through here. You can see the gentleman in the Shark jerseys as DSOB 1. As we will get that board switched on over as well.
My bad.
So DSOP 1 is going to be, you can see that's Marcel up at the line there, the salty German boy himself.
He's going to hate you for that.
He loves me. That's my friend. Marcel was a standout player for us last year. We thought, man, he's really bringing the stuff.
He was just a new face that we had not seen before and really put on a good showing. Here's Schnelly. We actually chatted to him a couple years back. Sean did in an interview because he speaks fairly good English. And And it was just kind of interesting to hear his perspective on coming over here and
Oh yeah,
dealing with the NDA Team Dart and being in Vegas and the trek to get here
Certainly.
and whatnot. I actually know that he went to South Carolina, spent a week there before making the trek to Vegas. So that's why I said most of these Germans will take a 2-week commitment to be here.
If you're curious, the reason I was giggling was because I thought you were saying Sean has pretty good English. I was like, yeah, he teaches it.
That doesn't mean he's good. Let's be
No,
honest.
he really isn't. But anyway, sorry, that just took me for a loop there. But no, you'll talk to the German contingent out here, and they'll tell you, hey, we're here. We love going on the travel, but it is an exhausting trip. I was talking with Michaela, who helps coordinate a lot of the DSOB group, and she told me, like, it's hot. It's hot out here. It's a dry heat that they're not used to because it's cold this time of year for them. And so that's always a factor, including the long travel times, but they just all love it so much.
Mm-hmm.
Over 75 players for Germany this year, 100 if you count all the people not even playing, just coming out here to support.
Yeah. And, of course, it was just bound to happen. A few folks voicing their opinion. We understand, folks, but being that we have 3 boards and can only feature one at a time with our board preview, I think that, like we say, that hill match is always going to should take precedent, and that's going to go 2-2 on that other end.
We'll give you updates on the side, folks. Don't you worry.
Yeah.
Remember, if we did something you didn't like, it was on purpose.
Get out of here.
I gotta stop. Someone's gonna.
You do have to stop because people are going to take you seriously.
Jin says I love it.
Yeah, I mean that home score 4-7, 1-3-6-2 on that. So yeah, it's queued in for 2-2, and who knows how long that last leg would take. So
Unless we see the craziest 1-3-6 ever. Oh.
we could.
We're just watching that other scoreline in the background here. Looking at this given leg, though, you can see DSOB 1 kind of struggling a little bit. DSOB 3 looking pretty successful so far in this leg. 1-3-6 did not go in that other match, by the way.
Oh, 40 for the leg.
Doesn't go. What a moment that could have been. And just a run of list here for the different players on the German teams in this seat match. We'll see. Hold on a second. 777 does go.
Collects.
The gentleman there, alongside with his teammates for DSOB 3, is going to be Andreas Scheinhardt, Johannes Rupert, Matthias Grube, Ralph Augustin, Robert Roll, and Robin Berger. And then on DSOB 1, that's going to be Christian Suth, Elavis, Marcel Girdon, Mario, Masaruka, Matthias Kerter, and Nico Kurz. And Michelle did also ask me, she's like, so are you still butchering all of our names this year? And I said, yes, but not as bad.
Yes, but still as bad. Let's be honest.
Just throwing some warm-up darts real quick before getting this next leg going, it seems.
That's kind of interesting that they're doing that.
Yeah, a little peculiar, but
Well, that's fine. Guess what? We got something else to watch, boys.
while they get set up for that next leg, we'll go ahead and we'll go back over here. See, we don't hate you guys. I told you.
Nah, it's just trying to maximize our opportunity to see as much as possible. So
We've
we've been doing this a little bit, guys. We know how the flow works. So we totally understand, though. You've got people that you're trying to follow and what have you. So we get it. It's just a tough decision, no matter what.
Well, and you guys might wonder, and we'll see some similarities. You guys wonder, why do we see Rem Guevara so much on live stream? We actually get paid $5 every time we put him on the stream. So that's the other reason we had to go back over. We've got to make sure we get our stipend of the Guevara fund.
Trying to grab as much money as possible.
Rents due, Will. Rents due.
2-2 scoreline. Last leg decider here between these two teams. Who will advance into the next round? Who will bid adieu? Just for those that are wondering, this is the top half. Over on the bottom half, it's Milwaukee Monsters in that 4th place spot. They're awaiting the winner of this one.
And it looks like, sounds like they're
That
about to
just
be going.
yeah, they just started, but we'll go ahead. We'll go ahead and keep it here. Why not?
Okay.
It's last leg, so
Well, plus
that one's not going to end in the next leg. So,
and we got those sick Dart Dynasty jerseys. Those I don't like the way that skull's looking at me on them. I feel
Pretty
I
good
don't know what's going on, but some of these jerseys I feel like they're staring right through our souls.
There's some good ones, man. These teams come up with some pretty good designs and work with some manufacturers to make those happen for this event every year.
And work with their sponsors too. I mean, you see that right here with Skis Alpha, sponsored by Calhart.
Owen say, did Kai Gotthard make it out this year? I do not believe so. He is a tour card holder, I believe now, isn't he?
Yes,
I think so.
I believe so.
I don't. Well, he could come out and participate, but
Well, we see that before. You have to get
approval.
exemptions. But that being said, he's too busy breaking barrels in half.
That was crazy.
Insane, right? I've never actually physically broke a barrel other than the one time my dad told me to use Loctite to tighten the shaft and tried to drill it out when it broke inside.
Oh, no.
But I never broke a dart by throwing it. I can tell you that much. Now Kyle here, sitting at 308, has an opportunity to really put pressure because you see that 350 scoreline for the stadium on the beam side. Finds a drip 20. Another one would help. Trip 3 on the last, but still does a decent enough job of keeping that score within striking distance because the 174 is not on a leave. But it's clear advantage to Skis Alpha right now. The stadium going through the Royal Rumble in a moment. They're getting beat around and need to collect a couple big shots.
Yeah. Unfortunate neighbor with the last. Would have been helpful to find that trip 19 bed. Eric, saying, as a new fan of darts, mainly soft tip, I'd rather watch U.S. players such as Ram over to for different country players, just an opinion. That's okay to have that opinion, but at the same time, this is an international event. So we have to equally distribute rather than just going to a U.S. player. That's not right.
Well, it's not even necessarily about equal. It's just bracket position is really.
And that too.
If it was all Americans on the top side and all Germans on the bottom side, it would be the same
Exactly.
story.
It would be the same situation, but
So,
yeah.
The idea is, if you guys want a little bit of a breakdown of this, is that we always want to prioritize giving full coverage to whatever we did start off with on the stream, but also bracket position plays a big factor. A seat match is impactful because that's a ticket to the finals versus this, only a ticket to the 4th place match.
And it also brings up, like, we get a lot of the, hey, I want to see my friend in such and such level. We try to make those happen.
Yeah.
They predominantly give us the big boys and girls first, and then go on down the line. So long week ahead, lots of matches to be played. We're going to get a lot of them.
105, a chance to go.
This
202 needs to get brought down on the next shot as well. This is very interesting into this matchup.
See if he can take this out here and just get it done and dusted.
Still on.
Still on. Trip 18 or trip 20.
Yeah, I would say the 20 just because where that barrel was.
Yeah.
But even then, only at 50, it takes a little bit of pressure. You still need about 120 at minimum on this shot here. .140 is perfect because now you have to get to 11 points or less to freeze from 148. And there's no way to get to 11 points while also not trying to go for the out. So great setup there. Going to just have to play for the finish. Now you can try to set up a freeze. Now you can't freeze, so 90 gets an opportunity. The stadium gets bailed out, and you can kind of see them. They're all kind of getting a little eager back there, knowing that this is their chance.
Just kind of contemplating the best way to attack this one here.
I personally think you do have to still go the 20s route.
There you go, double 15.
Big last. Doesn't go, and both outside as well. 92 combined points does mean the 50 can't go.
I felt like that was a decent marker for him, but not able to collect.
But, again, still job done. 50 frozen.
Yes, exactly.
(24-22). Chose 22.
Mm-hmm.
So trip 10, double 16. There's a trip 10. Outside, needs to get it. Does get it there. The stadium moves on. Skis, Alpha Dogs. Gets sent to the dog house.
A little bit of a comeback there for the stadium.
Yeah, they did not envision it being that close, nor did they want it to be.
Not at all.
But Skis Alpha, very scrappy team, very competitive team in that regard. It looks like we're getting onto another leg of action here.
It should be 1-1 now, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I do think you're correct there. This is DSOP 3 stepping up to the line. Gets down double 11. Personally love the use of the side of the board at doubles. We'll take that solid in every single time. Michael Jackson overrated. I'll be honest.
What'd you say? You're also the guy that said 80s music wasn't good. So
It isn't.
nobody can listen to what you say, Nick. You just called Michael Jackson trash. The guy that has
I didn't say trash. I said
so
overrated.
many
I said overrated. I
We're
didn't
done.
say trash.
We're done. Go take a timeout, please.
All right. See you guys in a little bit.
A lot of these Germans, with your 80s comment, would probably flip out because I think 80s music in Germany is pretty popular, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you don't know what's popular in Germany.
What do you, folks? Any Germans in the chat? Let us know. What's your go-to songs nowadays?
Still a tight matchup. No breakaway on the first onslaught of darts. They were flying through the air. And I talk about this a lot more, and you'll hear me say this tomorrow during the International Challenge, but what I love the most about watching these German teams, and this applies to the Spanish-Canadian teams as well to an extent, but especially the German teams, is the fact that they are so collected and serious. They treat this as a down and dirty, serious competition where they're coming here to play. Yeah, they have fun. Yes, they laugh around. But, man, they are also dang old serious on the dartboards. And I always give a hard time to some of our North American friends because I'm like, hey, they're not messing around. Why are you?
Well, I've also spoke about their support as well. I mean, there's a lot of support there when it comes to, especially the Germans. They're quick to come down and support their fellow countrymen, you know.
Yeah, well, and their support system being massive, their mentality being spot on, but also on top of that, I mean, just it clearly shows it's paying off. They're the two seat teams. You naturally should favor a local team that doesn't have nearly as much travel in an event like this.
Greetings from Germany. We got Queen. So what is that? 80.
Okay, Queen is okay.
80.
There's an exception to every rule.
They're hair bands there in Germany, I'm pretty sure. David Hasselhoff from age. Get out of here, bud.
David Hasselhoff from the SpongeBob movie? Nico Kerr stepping up to the line. Going to try to get a solid score in. 195. Going to try to follow it with another 95. No, he moves up. Leave the 170. Of course he does.
Big
Great
shot.
shot there from Nico Kurz.
Big shot to leave the big fish.
So 396 is now under some serious pressure as it starts to get a little bit drifted out of sort. But so is that 400. And this is the seat match of your Masters Team 01 event.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, look at that. Big shot there. D-Sop 3. He finds a 3 in the bed. 170 is under some pressure now. Nico Kurz is definitely a man that can take this task. Finds the first dart. Finds the second dart. Bullseye needed for the big fish. Oh, and it doesn't go. Hits a 25. Thought it was going for a second, and he doesn't collect after a valiant effort. Solid scoring around there. Finds the low ton on the turn with the 140. Puts pressure. 140 needed in response. And you still have to hope for the 97 to miss for the Dart Sharks. And only gets a ton, so there's a good opportunity that even if the 97 doesn't go, the freeze is in play. Just needs to get to 30. 30 or less will freeze.
That's what you got to do here.
So this will be a perfect treble 20 switch. Yep, because now it's a guaranteed. That's fine. You're not even mad that you didn't take it.
No, I mean, inside's fine there because you just brought it down even lower. And you can see Nico just kind of doing the math real quick, figuring out his best attack here to bring it down. Probably going to bring it down to a
21 points.
a double 2. Yep.
And he chose single 20, single 1. There's no reason to get risky and shoot a trip 7. Now 212 just continues to get attacked as it's pulling out in front.
Oh, still a beautiful 140 there. Just complements the score line, giving away to player 1 to get rid of the 15. Yeah, you got to, looks like, just a little, I almost thought the button wasn't pushed there for a second.
Had to take a little reset. All you're thinking about right now, or what you should be thinking about, is just what finish you want to leave yourself. You have 2 darts in hand from 183. It's about setting up a finish because you're not going to unfreeze from that scenario even if you hit the 180. Double 4 for 2-1 lead. Does go. D-Sop 3. Get the jump.
Nico was the first one to congratulate them on that score line, so just need 1 leg now, not 23, but 2's works. 1 leg to make it 3-1.
So you got the Dart Sharks, and then you got the Mind Games for D-Sop 3, if you saw the back of their jersey.
Is it Mind Games? Okay, yeah. So, yeah, there's slightly different team names. I think last year we had Evolution as well.
Yep, Evolution.
Yep.
You have a couple of different versions. I think we've had an Evolution and a Revolution, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
The same year.
And I assume we'll take a few practice darts just like we have in the other legs. Yep, we will.
Yeah, got to make sure the board doesn't adjust it. And here's the thing. Part of the reason why they do that is because of the fact that you can't actually warm up in between while the leg's going on another board. You're not supposed to.
Oh, they are? Oh, yeah, they are. Wow.
Normally say gourmet firewood, but those things don't burn.
That was good. That was good. F4 or F6 is queued in for our 4th place match. Actually moved it to 3, but we're not going to allow that to happen. We're going to make sure to get it streamed. So.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. We want to try our best to bring you guys the best possible coverage all week long here in Las Vegas. Dan Whelan asking, why are they excuse me. Why are they called legs and not wings? Well, on one hand, it's because of the traditional sports term of legs of a race. But on the other hand, really good point because of flights. So, wing number 1, wing 2, wing flights. I'm picking up what you're putting down, Dan.
Okay. All right, let's go back to it. So we'll get underway.
Making fun of
Yeah, I knew that was Elabas that he was talking about. He says, "Why are you watching the live stream? You should be there." That's why I was confused because Elabas actually isn't in the room, but he's on the team, so he must be taking this one off and maybe playing
Well,
cricket.
again, they play the rotating cast.
Yeah.
I think it's nice to have alternates on your team or to have multiple members, so that way you can put the hotter hand in the top spots.
It all of a sudden got really quiet in here. Like,
right, it did.
That's what I was like, oh.
Yeah.
They just instantly heard us. Especially at this time, the hall is starting to vacate.
Oh, absolutely.
So,
because this is the main action going on.
Exactly.
Pretty much everything. Everybody else is hanging out, getting ready for tonight.
Schnelly here. Love a good round. And he just squeaks by on an in.
Yeah, and only one of the score lines is in, so immediate advantage to the Dart Sharks in this one. A good, solid scoring round there. Getting down to 260, pushing the envelope, pushing the question just a little bit more. I gotta admit, Marcel's shorts, definitely from the 80s.
Those are popular, man, in Germany, that style. I guess I should say in Europe.
Mm-hmm.
Not in just Germany.
Well, it was generous to say style.
Yeah.
No, just kidding.
I think quite a few of the Dutch have the same style.
There you go.
Jermaine Wanamina and
Yeah, I guess
Davey
that is true.
Jansen.
On 26, you can see the frustrations. Feeling salty about that round. And a solid scoring visit, but this is just unfortunately going to get out of hands very, very quick just because of that 501 scoreline not being in after 6 darts. Does finally get in. Can you make up the lost ground in time? Player 3 sitting at 418. So a triple there does actually pull you out in front just a little bit. So you might not be in danger of freezing your partner, but unfortunately the 207 and the 373 blow off the margins from each other. Marcel's going to try to go on a breakaway. He doesn't want to hit a 26 again.
Oh, man. It looks to be swayed towards 2-2, but anything can happen here in these rounds right now.
Certainly. you're still going to favor D-Sub 1 in this given dichotomy of the situation, but it doesn't mean that it's a guarantee. It's about having that will, being able to strong-arm the situation and saying, this is something I'm going to take right here, right now. I want to show him the best of this very tough group. How about that? Good 140. Beautiful setup on the 67. Putting this one step closer for a last leg decider in this seat matchup.
Needs another. And really another doesn't really help as much as he would like it to. Marcel. He's had a couple struggles so far in this 2 days of coverage, but
Certainly. He has not been this dominant player we saw from last year.
But
so far.
I mean, there's still time to work that in. I mean, it's too early in our tournament, especially in a six-day event.
Frankly, this event is very different from what we're going to see in that international event. That's when we really get the best of the best. Yes, they want to win this. Yes, they're competitive. Yes, they're locked in. But they go to a different level when it becomes an international challenge, Will. Double 8 needed. Good marker dart. Should be able to find it. Can he get it in? No, catches the other side of the dart, so it doesn't go yet. More likely the free is going to be guaranteed, though, in the 139, so no harm on the miss in that given moment. Just going to continue to play it as it lies.
Just like in a good golf match, huh?
That's it.
Just go down. He does not. Leaves the 99. But in his eyes, that 16 score line is the one that he's focused on. He says, I'll just do my part. You take it out.
Yeah, and it gets down to 80, but you expect 16 to go. Here we go. Coming up hot. Double 8 needed. Double 8 found.
2-2. We'll head to a decider. Folks, let us know where you're tuning in from. We'd love to hear where you're located. It's always a fun thing to do, isn't it?
Yeah, well, and also who are you cheering for in this last leg where it really can come down to it. It's going to come down to a couple impactful darts and some big, big moments. Getting a couple extra warm-ups in, but then we're going to see a diddle to see which German team will get the start in this last leg decider.
And you can see there that fourth place match just getting their practice darts in. They'll start here fairly quickly, and we'll be able to just transfer right on over and keep the darts rolling, huh?
You know what? I'll allow it.
It's like we know what we're doing at this point. I would assume hour and a half, 2 here before we crown a champion. Maybe even sooner than that.
Yeah, I would say about an hour, if I had to guess. Because each one of these matches take about 30 minutes. I guess it depends on if it's a double dip or not.
That's kind of what I was going with. You got the fourth, third, and the final.
Well, right now, as they get these last couple warm-up darts in, and we got a couple of people commenting. Dan saying Planet Earth. Steve, Illinois, be there tomorrow morning. Thomas saying Colorado. Stacy, South Dakota. Travis Hill, Kansas City, Missouri. Glenn Brown, Ohio. And Melly Cox, OH, well, IO. And Heather Warzala saying Wisconsin. Appreciate all you guys tuning in and everyone else as well. Nico finds just outside the double bull on the diddle. Oh, I think he caught underneath the dart. So here we go. Last leg decider. DSOB 1, your defending champions, is going to be naturally favored in this moment.
Well, they'll shake everyone's hand and say good luck, and we'll get underway with this decider. Maybe some strategy being
Yeah, I think
spoken here.
I like that. I like how much they discuss everything. There's not much left up to doubt. It's truly up to just their ability and the confidence that they have in each other as a team. I love the camaraderie. I love the teamwork.
Look at this, man. This is just intense here as they're talking about strategy and how they're going to attack this one.
Because they're here to play, man. They're serious, and this is time and time again. I want to see this more from our North American players. There's a reason why the Germans continue to find success in this event. It's not because they do something we can't. It's because they do something and then talk about that something before they do it again. Here we go. Looks like they are now ready to get underway. Nico Kurz to get the ball rolling. Nico, what do you have in store for us? You're setting the tone for this finals match. Or king seat match, to get into the finals match, excuse me. Good marker, finds the double, and then over to the trip, and you can hear them starting to roar. Because every dart will mean a lot.
You're going to start hearing them, guaranteed. And maybe I'll just let you know how we're going to hear them. Here, let me just...
Oh, Marcel stepping up. Going to try to get in as well. We'll try to follow the momentum. Gets a double 15 on the last start. Does find the end. So bare minimum on the assignment, but still going to take the grade. Here we go. Still a fight. Still close. No breakaway yet. Nico did have the biggest in of the bunch, but everyone did get in. So now it's about who can follow it up with some big darts. Get the power scoring in line.
That's the key. Consecutive scoring back to back to back. You got to have those triples in line here.
Just a single three. He's staying down there on the 19s. Can he find a trip? Does find it upstairs. Good cover dart on the last. As those flights were looking a little sketch to try to be able to find something in that segment.
Well, he knows he's got a task to do. Would like to. There's one. There's two. Great hit. Great recovery
finds
from that first. Jeremy Burns saying, what does the DSOB stand for on the German team? So it's
Deutscher Sportautomatenbund.
It's Deutschland, isn't it?
Deutscher.
Deutscher Sports, say it again?
Deutscher Sportautomatenbund.
There you go. It's the largest German darts league.
Mm-hmm. In organization in general.
Exactly.
100 followed 100 on this A scoreline for DSOB 1.
I've actually stumbled upon a few of their streams at their events that they have. Pretty unique, pretty cool.
Bianca, one of our German friends that we've adopted over here in the stateside, also commenting that as well. So you can see it in writing from my poor pronunciation. And Danke to anybody that has put up with my poor pronunciations this whole time. Nico's 140, absolutely massive, leaves the 161. But this still isn't over yet. Marcel has been having his woes. Needs to find a decent scoring round to make sure no freezing shenanigans can come into play. And gets a 140 and shows a little bit of stuff with it, too. Salty German boy is going to be feeling sweet on that one. And that's your opening.
That is a definitely an opening.
161 doesn't even have to necessarily go now. Still going to take the swing if you get the opportunity, but it's about just getting another good scoring round. 100, 100, 140. Great standard to find yourselves at. Finds the treble 20.
A German gave you a nice.
Well, Donko,
sounds
thank
pretty
you.
good.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Bianca let us know, too.
Oh, doesn't take the 161.
I'm surprised that you got that close to it, my guy.
Honestly, I'm trying my best.
It was all luck.
It was all luck. Well, now this is the moment here to continue to make sure that the freeze is out of range and looking more and more likely for the German Sports Machine Association #1 team, the Dart Sharks. Beautiful darts. Finds a beautiful 174. Sets up 32 and makes this one all but guaranteed to go to the Dart Sharks' favor. And the Mind Game team will have to come back on the other side of the brackets. So here we go. Nico, who started us off in this last leg decider, is going to have the opportunity to finish it first. 17 for double 16 or 9 for double top. 9 double top it is. Over to the 10. It was right on the wire. Does get on the last. D-Sob won, and the Dart Sharks swim on to another final for a second year in a row in this event. And D-Sob 3 will have to go on to play one of the two remaining teams on the other side of the bracket, either Milwaukee Monsters or the Stadium, who are currently playing in that fourth place match right now.
Yeah, I think they're 1-0. Actually in favor of Milwaukee. So we'll head on over to there. Yeah, D-Sob won, just barely squeaking by.
Yeah, that last leg was the most convincing out of them for sure. I recall last year, Will, they looked untouchable. They're definitely touchable.
They're definitely touchable. I mean, you just got to take advantage of those opportunities, man. If they give you a moment, give you an inch, take a mile, you know?
That's it. And now the Stadium needs to get the scoreline in. 3 darts already missed. No more miss there. Finds it on 4. Good 120. Smooth. Gonna see what he can do. I do also love that Smooth's jersey kind of folds a little bit right by his pocket, so it looks like his name is Smooch. By the way, I can't get over that one. Tammy Rakowski saying, "Let's go, Milwaukee Monster." I think you're biased.
Yep,
Be honest, Sammy. You're a little biased. No, I love it. Love seeing all these teams getting the support. The team from Texas and the team from Wisconsin getting the love they deserve. Some well-loved American teams. Some iconic players that know they're going to have a tall task to get through this match, let alone get through the next couple. Got to win here, take that third-place match, and then go on to the finals. And every one of the 4 remaining teams thinks that they can win it. Just 60 points there for Jeff. Doesn't get that first look at a finish. And because you see 381 versus 445, it becomes a little bit of a question. Oh, look at that.
That's a huge turn. Huge 180 in considering the circumstances here.
Here comes Smooth Smooch. Good 139 in response, but you can see the ground loss, 108-point separation on that bottom score line, and parity up top.
Jeffrey needs to capitalize here on a 2 triple turn and then bank on his second player doing the same.
Certainly the case. But even then, it's a tall task just with how the math is in the scenario. But it's all about applying the pressure through that math. It's not necessarily about saying, oh my gosh, I have to hope they miss 6 starts. It's saying I'm going to put them in a situation where it's easier to miss 6 starts. That's the framing that you need to have mentally here in a scenario like this.
Yeah, not the best it goes there for Smooth. Only 9. Only 9. That's got to hurt. Garrett says brush the shoulder off, though. You're all right. We'll figure it out.
94 there on the shot. Yeah, right now there's nothing you can do if you're the Milwaukee Monsters at this moment. You're just got to keep your mentality framed up properly. Not try to think about this one too much. If the light goes the other direction, it goes the other direction. If you can fight back an opportunity, then you can fight back an opportunity. Jeff here looking for 100 to leave 4. Should be the shot. Then saying first person I've seen throwing tri-flights. I've actually seen a lot of players throwing tri-flights. Sid Vaughn last night was throwing them as well. Smooth.
Over to the double 6. I'm going to avoid that double 3 as much as possible and scramble that one up if I get a second chance here, which he should, no doubt, unless this 55 goes.
It's all about leaving a finish, though, for Smooth. Does hit 20 on the last to make sure that 157 has a chance.
Just in case.
Yeah, and
right?
you got to survive 6 starts now, right? This is where you strap in and hope that it works in your favor. Well, outside. Does find it. No favors given. The stadium makes this 1-1. Troy Leroy. Troy Leroy says, morning, lads. Early stream today. Don't worry. We got plenty of sessions. We'll have an early one and a late one for you as well. We'll be live later this evening. Here we go. Garrett Rakowski to get things started. Mike Redmond said, oh, man, have you seen the Will Stewart action figure? Was that posted?
I did.
You posted it?
Yeah,
okay.
I posted it.
Jeff wanted me so badly to show that during the PPD stream on Wednesday. I wanted me so bad.
Oh, my.
Solid opening so far. But Milwaukee Monsters going to want to try to run away with this leg. You want to get another one on the throw. The stadium is trying to do a little bit of break here. If they can break the throw, get that 2-1 advantage first, it gives you the confidence. You might say, oh, well, it's a loser's start, so breaking isn't nearly as important in this scenario, except for the fact that it gives you an extra opportunity to win the match. You get an extra opportunity to have match starts. People undervalue that when thinking about the going first advantage, which is still clear, but it's still important. Think about it in that way. That's brutal.
That is
That's brutal.
pretty brutal. But here's the thing. I mean, I haven't spoken of it. Jeffrey's been around that Wisconsin dart scene for a long time. And Garrett spoke extensively on, how much he's learned from these savvy veterans in Wisconsin, the Scott Kirschners, the Randy Van Derschens, the Benny Dersches, even Jeff here. So, yeah, I mean, he's technical. They know that. But he's a dang good player, man.
He's also a really cool dude. I got a chance to actually have an elongated conversation with him. It was at TOC this last go. We were all sitting in a circle. It was me, him, Garrett, Steve, Sean maybe was there, and maybe someone else. And it was in the stream room. It was like after the stream had finished, and we were all just sitting in there, and we started talking about like never have I ever's and worst things we've ever done kind of stories. And Jeff just sat there, and he was like he was eating popcorn. He's like, oh, I'm not getting in the middle of this.
I'm not getting in the middle of this. Boys, you don't want to know what I've done.
Or we were saying some crazy stuff, and he wanted to see what we keep saying.
Oh, my.
We're in the chat saying in Germany it's 10:38 p.m. Yeah, it's so funny though because like we start with everyone going to bed and then they wake up to see the finals of the evening events.
Yeah,
here.
I'll be honest. I think the Germans have the
best viewing experience
because they can kind of watch the morning sessions in the prime part of their day. Same for the U.S. people, but when it goes to the evening sessions, they just have to wake up a little bit earlier and then they get most of the coverage where everyone in the U.S. has to stay up super late. Sometimes they'll 4 or 5 a.m. to catch everything.
Yeah, especially for our East Coast friends over there. So I hope you guys have been enjoying the viewing overseas. Soon enough we're going to have to go over there and play on one of your guys' live streams. That's the goal. You and I
I'd love to go to an exhibition over there. And
why not? Let's do it.
Enjoy that atmosphere that they've got. Or even just the World Cup would be great in Frankfurt.
That'd be really cool.
Yeah.
You know what? Gin Mounts make it happen. She has no idea. She just walked back here and I snapped. Well, Ram Guevara hit that 180 to leave the 121. The song's played like 3 times in the last hour, by the way. Beautiful Things by Benson Boone.
We haven't heard any Chapel Roan today, which is surprising.
Yeah, I feel like they heard about our bet. They're trying to make sure you win.
That's probably it.
Time to load up my 200 credits. Well, Ram left himself 121 from 180.
Yeah, can he go ahead and check it? Can he go ahead and check it? 45 or 11? He took that smart route.
He won the guaranteed dart. I don't think he needed the guaranteed dart nearly as much.
Well, that's kind of what I was thinking. I was like, but it's so tight. That's why you had to take it.
Well, that's the thing. Like right now, he's banking on Jeff not having a big scoring round here, so that way he gets a little bit of a reset. We'll see what ends up happening here. This is a big moment for Jeff. If Jeff hits a 180, no freeze can happen on the 127. If he hits a 140, it's very unlikely for a freeze to happen. Well, that makes it interesting. 124. So you need to get to 123 or less to freeze. 123. 123. Needed to hit a single 20 on that last start to freeze. 127 now has a chance. That could cost. It might cost. Garrett Rakowski.
Oh,
Garrett Rakowski. Oh, it doesn't happen. He thought it was going to go too. Look at his reaction.
He definitely thought that was going.
One for double 12. Outside, needs to adjust. Does find it there. The stadium does break the throw and gets a 2-1 lead in this matchup. And
that's a big break.
It is because
a big break.
We were just talking about it, but again, opportunities to get more match darts is all that matters.
Yeah.
So even though you're still going against the darts, it helps out quite a lot. Jackwagon saying the temptation, for 180 was too much. I don't even think I could have swapped to the Fat 20. I agree, but it's not about swapping to aiming at the Fat 20. It's about aiming at that top wire. So normally when you aim small, miss small is a common sentiment that you might hear. So when you aim small and miss small, you're thinking, okay, I'm looking at 1 or 2 holes of that 20. Like, if I'm truly focusing, I'm aiming at almost the exact hole I want the dart to go in. And instead I'm changing that focus to aim at that top wire. So my room for variance changes and is a little bit more favorable to hit a single. When you still stay locked down that trip 20, it's easier to pull a little bit to the left or right and find the 5 or the 1. That's what we say when we mean it. It's not necessarily even switching off the trip 20. It's about finding that happy middle ground. Can you be in the chat saying, Borky? Porky finds the 151. He heard the support.
He just needs a little bit more support from that player 1 score line.
Yeah, Smooth feeling a little troublesome. And it's curious because he's going first, and he's been definitely the all-or-nothing player that we've seen in this team this go-around. So going first means he gets more darts. But I don't know. I think you need the priority of the power scoring going first right now. He does get in. And a big trip on the last actually helps out quite a lot, considering 474 is not out in front by much as far as advantage. Yeah, so no harm, no foul. Smooth is forgiven. And Porky has advantage after his 151 in.
See if he can just continue to build on this score line here. He can't afford not to. Wants 2-2. Wants a shot at D-Sob 3.
I have to agree.
Andy's saying, did Porky gain a lot of weight? Absolutely not. It's just at how big his jersey is.
He just always looks like that.
Yeah, and he's got a pretty good stomach. The man can eat. Let's get real.
That's an athlete in food and
The man
darts.
can eat.
I do like that Porky actually went up to Smooch and said, "Hey, just you're all right. Settle in." Give him a little bit of a pep talk there. It seems, knowing how important these moments are.
Fun fact, me and Porky actually went to a supper club in Wisconsin. He devoured a prime rib. And I'm talking a big boy prime rib. I was like, geez, man, how can you fit any more in your stomach? He goes, oh, there's more. And he ordered a dessert. And then ordered a second dessert. Guess what the second dessert was?
What?
Can you put 3 strawberries on a plate and then cover it in whipped cream for me? Like,
Dude, that's
the
a good dessert.
entire plate of whipped cream. This dude's just eating whipped cream. I'm like, goodness gracious.
Hey,
Porky.
I love it. Porky is an icon. Okay. Also, fun fact: I would have beat Porky in a buffet eating contest if it wasn't for Will tapping his foot, yelling at me that we got to go.
That's a lie. You
You
thanked me afterwards and like,
I did
okay,
thank
that was
you
getting
because
pretty rough.
I would have been sick if I ate any more, but I definitely had him more on the ropes.
No, you did not.
Yeah, yes, I did. He literally came to me after. He's like, I didn't know if I had any more in me. Like we were at 7 plates apiece. I had it, and then you were like,
7 plates apiece.
We got to go pack.
At a buffet, folks.
And they weren't small plates.
This is a steak buffet, to be exact.
North Country Steak Buffet, sponsor of the Porky Cam.
Well, if you're at the stadium, you want to find a few of those quickly. And even that potentially won't matter. This 160 would be great, and it doesn't matter.
But even then, not really in freeze range yet, even with the 348 on the A score line. This is all about power scoring from the stadium to try to really pressure Smooth. That's not enough of the power scoring, I would have to imagine. Smooth here, if he hits a 140, he's guaranteed to not freeze. If he hits a 100, he's almost guaranteed to not freeze. Oh, he's in a little bit of trouble. He's in a little bit of trouble. Well, things still continue to get interesting. But Porky does get the shot here. He has to be careful because this might be his last shot before getting a freeze going. Does get it done there. So 2-2 on the score in this matchup. It is going the distance. It is going for speed. Let us know who you're cheering for in your time of need. And if you're curious, Garrett there didn't even take a picture of the stats. It was just a selfie.
I wonder how many times Porky has done that. I got it, and just takes a picture of himself.
That's a classic Porky maneuver.
That would be a Porky maneuver right there.
Now, Ram's going to show one on the diddle here. This is an important diddle. And he goes outside. Can Porky pierce the bull? Looks like he can. Does get the start. Double checking it real quick. Having a little bit of a laugh. But it's only going to be laughing and joking around until these next couple darts start to go in. To Stadium versus Milwaukee Monsters. Max distance in this match to see who goes on to play D-Sob 3 in that third place match. The loser of this match, by the way, is in the money. $900. If you win this match, though, that goes up to $1,600, an extra $700 for your friends to split. Definitely a little bit of a payday. You want to go ahead and get that. And, of course, first place prize is the main prize here, $3,000. Second place, $2,300.
Yeah, I just had confirmation they're starting to round out those brackets from this morning, no doubt. So they're halting them right at that ideal spot to finish up tomorrow. Going up. And can't collect on the triple. So who's going to distance themselves here?
Yeah, no one on the breakaway after a round of darts for everybody. So we're going to see, again, it's about that big, inspiring catalyst of a shot. You find that good collect, you find that big moment, and you start to set that precedent of saying, we can do this. And the other team is going to potentially follow up and rise to the occasion or get a little bit nervous of the opportunity and maybe feel that pressure. A lot of love for the stadium, a lot of love for the Monsters. Both well-loved teams, I think.
Well, I mean, you got two big dart presences there. I mean, down in Texas, Houston, San Antonio, big supporters of darts. We saw that with the Bullshooter Regional there. And then also, you know, you look at Milwaukee Monsters. They've got a big support system there in Wisconsin. The biggest state dart tournament in the country, Wisconsin. Over 4,500 players
and
on their team events on Saturday.
It's a huge place. It's a rotating venue set up, and it has wonderful walking potential no matter which WAMO you're at.
You would know, Nick. You would know.
Hey, at least my hair's not purple this go-around. $59 on the score. Gives a little bit of a let off here. Looking for about 100 on the turn for the stadium. Brad's not going to be happy with that one.
Not at all. Only player that remains in the 400s. And this is an opportunity for Garrett to strike. $121. $121. Just kind of assume that first one was a fluke. Can't always hit a 180. If so, he'd be on the PDC tour.
That's also true. Tour. Sorry, I've been struggling with that word.
That's wow. Okay.
You're like, what did he? Is he resetting?
he's restarting, everyone.
Sorry, guys.
Day number 2 of 6. We're definitely gonna be screwed come day 4.
I love it, man. I love it. As long as you don't start yelling at me about ham sandwiches and Jack in the Box, we'll be
Porky
fine.
Jin, take over.
The true A-Team of commentary here.
No, we will try to. I think Porky did say, "Hey, I'll be available if you need some help or something." So yeah, we'll try to get Porky on the mic or a few other folks. And I did say, Jen, it would be nice to get you on the mic as well. So we'll see if we can make that happen.
She's too busy signing the boxes from all the barrels she sold.
She's a little shy.
Yeah, that's also true. Jeff does find a trip on the 20, keeping that scoreline out in front. And the last are a little bit unfortunate, but looking for a 140 for 154 is going to be the route here. Troy, yes, that is a Ram from the CSC. He's going to be on with the team wearing the camouflage skull jerseys, the Dart Dynasty jerseys, if you will, from the stadium in Houston, Texas. Smooth smooch coming up. 140 for 170 is going to be perfectly fine, but even just 100 here to support the 137 is all you really need. And that'll still work. Again, doing a good job staying in front of that A-score line. The stadium in deep waters right now.
Yeah, they are. They are not looking too hot here, as they potentially could take the L for 4th place.
Garrett over to the double 10. Doesn't take it quite yet, and he saw his reaction. He thought it was going. But there's not much that you can do on the other side of the ball here. The freeze is all but guaranteed, even if Ram goes out to leave a big finish here and the 10 doesn't go. And the team from Texas looks like they are not going to be making another finals appearance this year.
Porky, like I've said a couple times before, just trying to compliment here. He knows they should be locked in for this 10 to go in.
Yeah, it's pretty much all set in stone, and the winner of this will go on against last year's third-place team in DSOP 3. They did finish in a third last year. I will say, I think there was only one team member that's the same from both last year to this year.
I think it's pretty different on the teams, yeah.
So, but in either case, I'm going to count it.
We'll take it.
I'm going to count it. Jeff can choose to split this if he wants. He doesn't need to go right at it, but I like attacking this one here. Nails it, and Milwaukee Monsters will move on to the third-place match against DSOP 3. And the stadium will be going to home for this event.
Home. All righty, folks. Well, how about a quick word from some of our sponsors? We haven't done that yet today, so we'll get a quick shout-out before we return for some more coverage here from our NDA Team Dart Masters 01 final, team final, in just a moment. We'll be right back.
We'll be right back.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at azdarts today.
Dude,
What's up?
that jersey is awesome. You look like Peter Wright without the mohawk. Thanks, man. I got this from Flashpoint Designs. Can you believe it cost less than $50? We got jerseys for our entire team, including Bubba, who wears a 9XL. Oh, best part? It's got a little pocket for our darts. Nice. That's pretty cool. What's even better is that we had our order in less than 4 weeks. I thought they were kidding, but Flashpoint Designs really does make the best jerseys on the planet. I would certainly agree with that. Heck yes!
Starting in darts can be really daunting, so we're going to take you through some of the basic equipment to help you improve your game. There are 3 main parts to the dart. We've got the flight, the shaft, and the barrel. There are thousands of different selections on offer, and we're going to take you through a select few. We're going to start off with the torpedo dart, one we associate with Luke Humphreys. He used this kind of dart because it lightly flies through the air. He's not got that sort of abrupt throw that other players have, and it just suits his style of play. The second dart we're going to look at is the parallel dart, and this is a very common design for me. I feel this is a good guide for starting off in your career. The likes of Michael Van Gerwen and Darryl Gurney have gone on to be very successful using this style of dart. It's one I started off with as well, and it's been perfect throughout my career, and it can suit most players' styles. The last set of darts we're going to look at is the specialist range, and obviously there's thousands of different options in this range, but it's one I'd associate with Peter Wright, obviously a player who's craving that perfection. Different styles will make his darts land different in the board. Obviously it is a dart that suits the more advanced player.
For nearly 40 years, Horizon Darts has been the go-to source for dart enthusiasts worldwide. From top quality brands sourced globally to our very own Laser Darts, the makers of the legendary Black Widow dart. Laser Darts has been scientifically proven, utilizing XRF technology to stand as the highest quality darts in the world. And with our lifetime barrel warranty against breakage, you're guaranteed lasting satisfaction. Not sure which dart is right for you? Try before you buy with our lending library option. Visit our showroom.
We got another good party.
Alrighty, everyone. Welcome back for another great matchup here at NDA Team Dart Las Vegas and the Westgate Resort and Casino. My name's Nick Teixeira, joined by Will Stewart, and we got a good one coming up here. This is going to be the third place match of DSOB 3 taking on the Milwaukee Monsters, and what should be an absolute thriller affair. I'm looking forward to seeing them play it out on the dartboard and really what this is going to look like for this matchup, as this should be a lot of fun. Let us know who you're cheering for. I know we have a lot of our North American friends cheering for the Milwaukee Monsters, but I know we have a lot of our international friends also cheering for DSOB 3. DSOB 3 did finish in third place last year, although I got to admit, very different team lineup. DSOB 1, very identical. So a little bit of a point of interest to note there. But otherwise, this should be a very fun matchup. Looking forward to seeing it. They're just confirming the order. It looks like there was a little bit of confusion on said order there. Shaggy saying, ouch, what a diddle. Yeah, absolutely. It was an impactful one, as it was just outside that center hole, and no way to get bested. But here we go. Continuing on. Just a reminder of your DSOB 3 participants. That is going to be Andreas Scheilhart, and then Johannes Rupert, Matthias Grube, Rolf Augustin, Robert Roll, and Robin Berger. On that team, Milwaukee Monsters, Garrett Rakowski, Jeffrey Johnson, Justin Meyer, and Steve Hilger, comprising of those opponents. And then, of course, trying to go on to play that German team, DSOB 1, who is trying to defend their title in the final, sitting over there waiting on the opponents. I'm sure they're going to start getting warmed up in the background. They love to get those extra darts on the board, make sure they're fully ready for anything to come in front of them. See, finding some success upstairs on the 20s. It's a big 180 there, finding maximum damage. Borky going to try to do a little bit of damage himself here. Opened up just fine with the 113, but wants a little bit more. Going to find the 20. Single to follow. Awkward position on those flights. Is he going to stay there or move for the cover? He does go for the cover. 99 on the turn. So now the B players are going to start thinking, okay, what do we need to do to support here? What do we need to do to make sure the situation stays safe? Because you don't want this freeze to come into play, and both the A score lines doing what they need to do to get things going here early. Folks, this is a very important matchup, so please let us know. What are you thinking right now? Are you thinking, man, Will's giving Nick the silent treatment? Because you're right. He is. Good 140 there from Rakowski. Just confirming the score. You saw him kind of do a double take on the current situation. And hit a triple on the last. A little bit of a happy accident to leave the 150. I mean, obviously expected a little bit more, but still going to be happy with that shot overall. Puts pressure on Porky to leave a finish here. 140 for a 149. Will get you in that target range. Goes 19s first. Now there's no way for him to leave a finish, and he knows it. You saw the reaction, even with that last start triple. Groovy sub up to the line. The Mind Games team from Germany trying to set a precedent here early on. Well, it's been a pretty tight matchup here so far.
Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, you got 150, 190, but those other two score lines are neck and neck too. So, yeah, kind of lined up pretty good, didn't it? We didn't miss a whole leg. We just missed a little bit, but
I didn't miss nothing.
You didn't miss nothing. I figured they're going to take a few warm-ups at least, and before we were getting underway.
If you're curious, he was walking the dog. That's where Will was. Actually, I said you were here the whole time giving me the silent treatment is what I did tell them.
Oh, you did say that? You son of a gun.
That's not. You're making me laugh. No. Will.
What's Porky got for us here to bring this on down? Because things are a little interesting now with 337 and 147, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah, 190 or 293 combined. So the 337 needs to get brought down even more. But it looks like the 69 is going to get frozen. You need to find at least one more trip on this last. That's a huge find to save that because it was looking very likely to go the other direction there for a second.
big time darts there. Saving grace of a 1-2-3.
Well, now 58 is the target line, or 68 is the target line, excuse me. Just confirming that this is already a freeze there by 1 point, so that was exactly where you need to be. He's just double checking it real quick. You can see Porky analyzing the math.
The dath.
I don't know where that was.
That's a good. What would you say, Gitch yesterday?
Oh, Gitchy Goo and I Love You, Phineas and Ferb. That's where I got that from, by the way.
Okay, there we go. Shows how young you are.
Phineas and Ferb's goated.
He went for that 51 to leave double 8. Just barely falling into that triple 3, so.
Just double checking the situation here. Honestly, double 20 or double 19 is going to be your shot on this last start. You need to get all the way down. That's going to be your main goal in this moment. Shows double 19, threw it high. He kind of waves it off. But since 214's not on the finish, it's not like he had to get all the way down. Was that a Daffy Duck response?
Exactly what it was.
Oh.
That's tough.
I heard a come on there from Garrett. I think he really thought it was in. It looked like it was going to be in.
Leaves that 116 just in case, but yeah, double 8. This will go 9 times out of 10. But he's got 58, so never mind. Still goes. Still goes. No, I mean, Garrett, I'm going to say it right now. Garrett's going to be a tough competitor in singles, 0-1 and cricket, no doubt, with the way he's been playing so far this week. You're going to have to watch out for him.
Yeah, his game is absolutely there right now. We're seeing the bright sides, the top end of his game, and not too much of the low sides. And, again, he kind of had the last 12 months kind of a little bit more family focused. So to see him back in the fray and doing well is a welcomed sight to see.
Certainly is. Be 1-0 in their favor. Let's go ahead and adjust the score line accordingly.
And now we're on to leg number 2. D-Stop, we're going to try to get one on the board. How about that? That will work.
And the technical Jeffrey Johnson stepping up. I got to talk to him about what's going through his mind when he is stepping up there.
He's thinking, man, I'm tired of working with these dang kids, trying to make sure they're staying straight.
He always has those big old earbuds on, doesn't he?
Yeah, and Funnily enough, it's actually just playing ocean noises. There's no music.
It's just white noise. Just white noise. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Good adjustment. Good adjustment just to kind of gather yourself in order to at least get in there.
Now, Smooth, we've seen it from him today. I really feel like he's putting a lot of pressure on his own shoulders.
Yes.
I don't think he's looked really comfortable on the board. He hasn't looked particularly relaxed. And I think he needs to know who he's playing with and just kind of trust that part of the process.
That's it. Trust the process. You've got some quality teammates around you. Just do what you've done to get yourself on this team. They're not going to select you without knowing you're a decent shot, you know?
Yeah.
That's the reality. I mean, they're here to compete. They want to win the title.
Well, and you have to just say, okay, yes, I'm filling in for the spot that was kind of with Phil Glomsky or Dan Burke last year. But what you need to really tell yourself is, I'm Smoochy Smooth, and I'm going to throw my game. But right now, not really looking in contention. A scoreline getting a big separation. B scoreline going to try to do much of the same here. The mind game team. And you know what's crazy is they have the mind game name, and then they have like the magazine letter clip outs on all the different writings. It's like giving serial killer energy a little bit, but like in a respectful way.
I like it.
You know what I mean, though?
I like it.
No, I think it's actually a really sick design.
Yeah, it is.
Byron Johnson in the chat talking some smack.
I heard your name came up, Byron. There's no thanks.
They said, no, we're fine.
Nah, we're okay. Do you have a kindergartner instead?
Well, last night it was really funny because at one point, Porky asked me if I was ready, and I was like, I'm ready. You want to swap jobs? And he's like, sure. And Garrett looked excited that I would be subbing in for Porky. It made me laugh. It made me feel validated. He would have been disappointed. Does find a trip for Jeff, but still look, 135-point separation there from ace score lines. Just not really applying any of the pressure that needs to get applied here. Smoochy Smooth trying to get on down.
You know what? I just realized I took away our scoreboard.
Why did you take away our
I didn't
scoreboard?
I think I accidentally pushed the wrong button. I didn't see it, so.
Listen, one day you'll get there. Mm-hmm. Thomas Cooper asking, does cricket double start at 4 for all levels? It's actually a stagnated start time.
Yeah, it's a little bit staggered. So I like that they did this, but they also had to do this. Let's be honest, because even with 321 boards, there's so many players here. It makes it tough. So, yeah, doubles cricket, levels 5 through 16 will start at 4 p.m. Levels 1 through 4 will start at 6 along with the Masters group. So we're going to be going live about 8 p.m. tonight, and that's to allow those brackets to kind of get to a point where, all right, it makes sense. We're going to have at least a 3-hour, 4-hour coverage block here. No doubt, probably about 5, let's be honest, with it being cricket and doubles. So, yeah, tonight. definitely some action to be had.
Strap in for a fun night.
Yeah, yeah. And it's cricket. I mean, we know how exciting that can be, especially with some of these players that we have involved. Let me get into singles action tomorrow and Monday.
Looking forward to it. I love the different variety of events that they have out here. You get a good range of all the different things that you can see.
Certainly. I mean, you've got mixed triples, mixed pairs. You got your 2 doubles, your 2 singles events, as well as your team events. And that international challenge, if you get to be one of those competitors. I mean, that's playing for your country would be incredible. I would love to have that feeling myself, but
well, at least we get to represent us on the streaming front.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Sitting at 40, just going to be patiently waiting on the return. A couple of big shots can still change this around, but you still, at this point, need to ask for a favor in this given leg. This leg has definitely been a little bit of a slower pace compared to the first one.
Definitely.
Can you work up to find the treble? Not that one. The other one. To the left. 2 hops this time. Doesn't get it.
Just double checks the score line before he gets underway. Knowing, yeah, whatever he does here, just bring it down.
And nothing wrong with being certain.
Yeah, I mean, great shot to leave 88. Even a ton there, though, you're looking at the 40 score line and saying, okay, take it out. Take it out. 1-1.
Yeah, and that's all. It literally sounds so pedantic to say, but it's one leg at a time. That's all that really matters. You got to just think, okay, I got them once, we can get them again, and that's the big difference maker there. Smooth still kind of having his struggles. 52, 64, 45, 85, 81. Double 10. Does get a shot there. D-Sob 3 makes it 1-1 in this matchup. Borgie there just going and taking a selfie real quick. Or a picture of the stats. And the wasting
Either way.
Here we go. Into another great leg of darts. You can see Milwaukee Monsters giving all each other some support, but Garrett Bukowski to go ahead and get the start here.
Garrett's one of those big ends that he's known for here. And he gets one. What a shot. Big 1-5-2.
Yeah, absolutely great shot there. Man, Ruby's tall. Or Ruby,
tall.
Excuse me.
That he is.
He says, I'll take the role of Phil Glomsky, please.
I'm happy we're not playing on the Radical right now because he would definitely block
the camera angle.
The camera angle a little bit.
You guys can actually see the board camera. You see that in the background? We got the dartboard heads on the background.
Yeah. They said that's Linda. She was saying that she was going to bring them.
Love it.
Nah, it's great. I said we'll zoom in on you or something. I'm sure we'll talk about it.
I didn't even know about that, and I'm doing it. So there you go.
There we go. Yeah.
Well, needs to get it in. Does so on the last start.
The water buffalo back there too. Dason Alberts. Not, and you said he's only is he even playing this week?
Other than singles, no. He's out here just to support his friends.
And that's pretty cool that he's just hanging out, enjoying it.
And I know his girlfriend is playing too, so probably to support her as well.
Yeah.
I mean, just taking a little bit of a backseat role.
Keely, is that?
Yeah, Keely. That's correct. I'm surprised you remembered her name because you said she was dead to you after she bought Jen Mounts' darts.
She's still dead to me, but whatever.
No, she still is, but I want to know her name.
Yeah. Rest in peace, Keely, you know.
R.I.P. Keely did not buy the right darts. I bought both sets. And imagine me being a Will Stewart fan, buying his barrels 2 days before they go on sale, and none of my coworkers warned me. None of them.
Yeah, but they didn't have to hit me with the 25%. That was cruel.
Don't worry, I paid full price for both sets.
That was cruel. They could have went 10, and instead, no.
Clearly, they should have gone more. Back to the match, Jeff Johnson does find a triple on the last. It's going to be up to right now. Rally here needs to get the scoreline set up, can find at least a ton, keep things parity across the board. Does do so you can see those B and A score lines are matched up. Advantage to the team going first, but no strong-armed advantage yet.
Not quite. Not quite. As you said, what, round 3 is when you usually, 3 or 4 is when you usually see that point happen. Go good low ton to 154. That forces a one. You feel like a 140 here?
Yeah, I think Groovy would be more than happy with it. Obviously, it leaves a bowl on the last start. In this case, it won't be able to get to a finish. But if you got the 140, you're going to be happy at being at any finish. Dominic in the chat saying, I have a set of Will's, Jen's, and Garrett's starts.
Love it.
Wow.
Love it.
Actually, I have the new Winmore collection. I think I only have the McKinseys right now. Picked those up the other day. I do have Will's and Jen's starts as well.
Hey, there we go. Yep. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I forced you to do it, but thank you.
You didn't. I paid full price. I chose. Chat would have gone crazy if they saw what I saw right there.
Okay, this 388 needs to get pulled down. You've got to have 2 here. Doesn't collect the 2, so
it still helps, but you're starting to lose a little bit of ground on both the A and B score lines.
Well, the fact that this 154 can go for Garrett, he's the kind of guy that'll take it. He's the kind of guy that'll take it.
He wants to.
Boo.
But he's not going to. And doesn't hit the setup dart either.
I kind of want to yell at him. Boo. Like, just loud enough he can hear me.
Marco says, Shrimpy plays good. This is the semifinal. This is third place so to get to the final.
Yeah, that's kind of what he means.
Yeah, same difference.
Yeah,
yep.
Yeah, we said it. Garrett already playing very well on the day.
Definitely the strongest on the team. Porky's probably been in that more consistent range. Jeff has definitely had lots of ups in the right moments, but a couple of downturn moments. And Smoothie Smooch definitely struggling just a little bit today.
Yeah. Agreed.
If we had to give announces. I will say DSOP 3 overall, pretty good collective. Ruby and Raleigh here a little bit lackluster, but not by much. And no finish left there for Jeff, and not a particularly strong scoring visit, but it does still help the cause a little bit. Now you're still forcing, again, a 140 to leave a finish on that other score line there for 288. Can you work in on that dart? No, not going to be able to collect. So now this is definitely starting to get to some dire moments.
Yep.
If you're DSOP trying to get the leg here.
57 for double 11. And unfortunately goes inside.
It still shouldn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, he'll probably try to cue in the double 2, you think?
Yeah, you just want to be careful because he just wanted to make sure he drilled that 7. As long as he doesn't bust, the 120's frozen. So Groovy, all he can do is just get all the way down to 10 or less. Oh. Good setup there from Groovy.
Big steal.
And Jeff just needs to continue to stay out in front to
He's-
make sure that a
he's-
180 doesn't help the get D-Sub bailed out.
Exactly. Yeah. So he's got to just remain out in front of that player forward line.
Like there's a 50-point separation. If he throws 100, that means 151 points at minimum need to get thrown on the other side. So just throw 100. One trip, two good.
I agree with you. I think a ton is a great score line, but you can't do
no.
this. He manages to find a triple at the last, but still not enough.
You need to get to 124 or less. That's your shot. So a 140 right now gets the job done. You left a two treble moment for Riley to capitalize on. If Riley can rally in this moment.
140 needed.
Awkward.
Very awkward. You can't work off that dart.
Yeah, he could have gone for a cover, too. It's two trebles on the 19 still would have done the job.
He at least got one there, but it's not enough. Double two.
Garrett can't mess with that out anymore. This is definitely in the must-go range, and he does take it. That's a 2-1 lead for the Milwaukee Monsters over D-Sob 3 in this matchup. But this match has been a tight one.
It's been really tight. Incredibly tight, and let's be honest, it's been a little time-consuming, too. I think that the pressure's on to perform and try to get to the final here.
Exactly. They're taking their time, and they're making sure they're staying calculated on these darts.
I mean, probably 20 minutes already, 25 minutes in?
Yeah, something like that. But it's also because I think these have been some big moments followed by some very scrappy moments in this hotly contested battle of these super competitive teams. But Robert here is going to go ahead and get things started in leg number 4 here. I have almost 800 of you guys tuning in across all of our platforms. Appreciate each and every one of you giving support to these amazing players on the dartboard.
Yeah, it's been incredible. You know, tomorrow's going to be even better. That international challenge usually brings out the masses. We've got some of our best viewership all time on that, so looking forward to more. 10 a.m. local time, 1 p.m. Eastern. So what would that be? 7 o'clock over in Germany? Is that
Give
when
or
we get
take.
started?
You're in charge of doing the time zones. I've definitely made that a Will Stewart job.
I'm fairly decent on that one.
Well, Smooth does go ahead and get in. I love the
It's
pressure here.
It's just when you throw in a Japan or something on me like that I'm like, oh, no. Okay, now we're talking
Yeah,
plus
if
one.
you don't know the time in Czechoslovakia, then what are you here for? Well, trouble on the B scoreline there for D-Sob could lead to some potentially scary scenarios. Borky does get in. The best in was still from Robert, who got that 100 in.
Bob Dylan? Just an average singer.
Hey, you know what? That's fair. Fair play.
Fair play. Thank you. Appreciate
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Bob Dylan? No, that made it to me.
Sometimes we agree.
Kind of lackadaisical, let's be honest.
Yeah. I mean, it's if you want to take a nap, it's great. It's like the golf of music for me.
I'm glad we agreed. Back to the match.
I need to get in. Can't mess around with it any longer.
Gosh, no, Art needing the big number here. He's been using that double 14 as his in Minsor Sulovic
That's
style.
his favorite.
Yep.
The big gentle butterfly that he is.
Well, yeah. It's 11:40 right now in Germany, but I was talking about the International Challenge tomorrow. But yeah, they're 6 hours ahead of Oh, they're only 6 hours ahead of Central. No, that's 7. My apologies. So I was right. Yep, 7 o'clock tomorrow for international.
This is why you're in charge of
Yeah, try.
you're in charge of the time zones.
But it is pretty late for the German followers, but I'm sure they're following, being that DSOP 1 is
also still here.
Is waiting in that final spot.
Yeah, little does he know, I've been taking Nico Kurz's beers and poking holes in them. Imagine, though. Still some great consistency that we're seeing on the A scoreline there for DSOP 3. Robert doing a good job of staying out in front. Smooth's contesting fairly well right now. He's slipped behind 69 points, and that's a funny number. But 450 by Schnelly can get brought into range.
Then you got Troy in there. I forgot about him. Yeah, throw a New Zealand time in there. I'll be so confused.
Troy right here, it's 2:43 p.m.
What's it in New Zealand right now?
Not 2:43 p.m.
2:43. All right, Hilger eyeing at least a 140 here.
Yeah, take the 140.
Yeah, exactly. He'll take it.
And it puts pressure because Schnelly just struggled to get in, excuse me.
Forgot to get, just imagine forgot.
No, he didn't forget it. He did try to get in. And it puts all the pressure on Robert to continue to stay out in front. Oh. He's doing a good job of doing so.
What a collection. What a collection on a 180.
It is Saturday here, Troy Leroy.
Yeah, it's sad. It's Sunday over there.
I love when Troy is always telling everybody in our comment sections, tune in Tuesdays and Thursdays.
I think it's early morning for him on Sunday.
Smooth needs another one of those, leave a finish. Good find there from Smoothie Smooch.
Yeah, just enough to leave him that check out at 160.
Now this is where it starts to get really interesting. Can a freeze get set up? It's all dependent on Schnelly's throw right now. Oh, and there's your opening. 90 is the target line.
Oh, my goodness. That's a 161 and a 164.
That's awesome.
If you can't tell,
well, no freeze and play. Needed to get to 90, or 89 or less specifically. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. Well,
no, yeah, I was just saying, yeah, of course we're Dart fans too. So we got the cross-border challenge on in the background as well. So Savada takes out a 161 and a 154. Just incredible. But back to this. Tops for 2-2. Gets it. We're going to a decider here.
Love it. Here we go. This is exactly what we expect to see this late in the bracket is some hotly contested, great matches.
Exactly. Troy says, yeah, mate, 9:44 in the morning on a Sunday there in New Zealand.
I'm just making sure that everything's good for the diddle here. Confirming who's showing, and Porky's going to go show first. Where is he going to hit? Will it be a single? Will it be a double? Will Jen eat all the pretzels? Oh, no, those are cookies. Wow. Oh, they have chocolate. That's fine. Gets a bowl, but definitely room to grow on it. Oh, and drops it low, and you can see the frustration knowing that Milwaukee Monsters having the advantage in a last leg decider.
And the advantage of going first is a big-time advantage here in this format, it seems like. It's just you don't often see how many times have we seen breaks today? I mean,
we've had a couple.
But
it's rare.
It seems like that start is key.
Well, here we go. As they're about to get into this last leg, they're going to shake hands. And Eric Brandy says, all right, I need both of y'all's top 3 players of this tournament, me, myself, and I.
Oh, that's tough because we haven't really seen everybody yet. I mean, Leonard could still come in.
I think just currently of what we have seen, I would have to go in current form as well from what we have seen. Ricardo Perez, Garrett Rakowski are probably the two of the top performers I think we've seen, and that third spot could go up a couple different directions there.
I agree with you. I think that those two names for sure.
Just based off what we have actually seen on the show.
Yeah. I guess you got to put Ram in the mix, don't you, Connor?
Nope, Jen Mounts.
Okay.
She hasn't missed a dart on stream. Look at that. Garrett doesn't get in, and Shelly doesn't waste any time. Thanks, Troy, for letting us know. He says, the Ram, this Garrett fellow. I don't know who else is there, mate. I don't know about all those other people.
I think Ricardo Perez, just because how dominant he was, even Justy was he was relying on Ricardo last night.
No slouch, but he wasn't dominating.
Yeah. And based on what we saw last year from Ricardo Perez, I'm excited to see him play cricket. He was on 6+s all the time last year, so we'll see.
Look at how interesting this scenario is, because you have the big end from Schnelly, and then you have the miss on the B score line there. Jeff Johnson needs to make up for some of those missed starts from Garrett in this given moment right here. This is the impactful point of this match. These next 12 darts is going to make all the difference.
And he manages to just sneak one in.
Yeah, but right now this is Groovy. If he gets a big shot and does something special, all of a sudden the pressure is really on Milwaukee Monsters. A 100 helps, a 140 hurts, and a 180 is a kill shot.
Agreed. 180 is a big-time kill shot.
He said, perfect. I'm not going to shoot any of those three numbers you said. I'm starting 19s. Marco T in the chat saying, greetings from Stuttgart, Germany. The Steike Devils are watching. Good darts around the world. Well, thank you all for tuning in from wherever you are. Appreciate each and every one of you.
Love that. Love that. If you haven't yet, smash that like, that follow button. Subscribe to our YouTube channel if you have not. Plenty of action coming your way this year from USA Darts.
Do it now.
Do it. We got the remainder of this event. We also got a few others down the road that you certainly want to follow along for. I'm excited for that DPFL event down there in Florida. Raymond Van Barneveld coming over.
That whole
with
month is
Jermaine
going to be so
Wadamina.
fun.
It's going to be good. It's going to be good.
And Marco, that is correct, by the way. Next is the finals with your boys.
Yep. D-Sob 1 awaits the winner of this one as we look to crown a champion.
Garrett trying to make up for the 0 he had earlier. Hits a 100. You can see the look on his face. He's frustrated that it's gotten to the scenario where they're relying on the favor. But that 473 is an asterisk point for the Mind Games team. The fight continues on. There, a lax moment. 41 points. Porky's thinking to himself that he has an opportunity to play catch-up and put the pressure right back on.
Well, it's taking a second here. He knows this is a big round. Chooses yellow dart, yellow flight first.
Bold move, but it pays off.
Followed by blue, followed by the white. And it pays off for a big 180.
What an amazing shot in that moment. Gets them out in front just a little bit there.
Oh, superb stuff there from Porky. Exactly what he needed to do there.
Solid answer right back. Does help the cause quite a bit. Getting down to 358. Jeff Johnson needs to maintain this A score line now. Just try to keep it up, making sure it doesn't get out of sorts. Jeff analyzing the data. Going to go ahead and try to make it for a big execute here. Finds a trip. Finds another. What a time.
This would be huge.
Oh, it drops that last star, but still huge.
It's still massive. It being a big 1-2-5 that followed up from the 180. I mean, exactly what they needed to do at the right time to try to stop an all-German final.
Good trip leaves the first look at a finish, though, at 150. 212. Smooth needs to support that big 180 from Porky. Smoochy Smooth just needs to give it a smooch. Does find trouble. Can he get another one in? No, he deflects into the 1, so 150 plays 150. But now it's combined 386, meaning that right now the freeze could happen. And yes, guys, Jen is jamming out the Papa Roach right now. Good 100. 108's the target line, so you need to get to 107 or less. So 129 points. Can't do it now. So 150 will get a shot. Does leave the 160 just in case. But this is a moment. Because I combined 310 points on the other side of the ball. 150 for D-Sob 3. Can't go, but can still get brought down. Is he going to stay? He is.
It's the tongue for me. It's prime position, and he nails a big round to leave 10.
And now Porky gets his chance at 150.
14 or the 19's here. That was his go-to.
Oh, and he's not going to be able to bring it down nearly as much.
Troy saying, "Get in, Devin." He found out. Yep, like along with us, he's Devin Peterson's twin, isn't he? They've actually met in person a few times, and yeah, they've taken a few selfies together.
Oh,
yeah,
they're
Devin
also
plays into it.
They're also active friends as well.
Yep,
They constantly talk to
each
other.
Yeah, well, Devin's that kind of guy. Devin will randomly message me and just say, "Hey, I like that match." You know, he's just that kind of guy.
He
It's
never
crazy.
accepted my friend request, so I don't feel the same. But back to the match. 128 or 228 points combined means as long as you don't accidentally miss all 3 darts off the board here, the freeze is on. 10 will not get a shot. Milwaukee Monsters are so close to being able to walk through this door, Will.
But why not just go ahead and take it out now? Why not just go ahead and take it out now?
That'd be pretty cool.
160 for the win.
To go to the finals against D-Sob 1. Jeff Johnson, 1 dart in a dream. Gets it there.
Nails it. What a shot from Jeffrey Johnson as they cue in a big win.
And a last leg decider against a tough team, and you can see some smiles and some respect between teammates, but an absolute clutch moment there. Jeff Johnson hits the 160, hits the big moment. That Porky 180 was massive as well. And they got it done at the end, and they will move on to play D-Sob 1 in the finals here, Will.
That was incredible, and Garrett making sure to let him know how much that meant to him. Just give a few of them high fives, fellas. You need it. He deserves it. We're getting a final next. D-Sob 1 takes on Milwaukee Monsters. Don't go anywhere, folks. William Stewart, Nick DeShare. We'll be right back.
Yeah!
Okay, don't do that, Nick. Well, what do we say? Let's get underway here with our final of our Team Masters team event. It'll be DSOB 1, your defending champions, taking on Milwaukee Monsters here in this one. William Stewart alongside me, Mr. Nick Teixeira. Strap in, get ready. We're going to have a great match coming your way right now.
This is everything that we always love to see. We love seeing this German team, especially the DSOP 1 team, who is known to have such prestige, such success on the dartboard, and they're looking to have that prestige, that success again.
They are your current holders of the hill, so they'll have to get double dipped in order to lose out on this final. Monsters making a run here on the loser side, at least for a few matches to get to this point. But it was a massive 160 check from Jeffrey Johnson to get him into the final.
Yeah.
Just impressive stuff at a needed time.
Well, right now you look at the Milwaukee Monsters. Garrett Rakowski doing pretty strong, doing pretty good. Steve Hilger playing pretty strong, pretty good. Jeff Johnson, very clutch at times, but having struggles in others, as you see right there. Marcel getting a beautiful, beautiful in. And then you see a Smoochy Smooth, and he's had some struggles. He's had some low moments. He definitely picked it up, though, in that last match. He needs to stay at this level or higher to get through this one because they have a long way to go to get the double dip here. South Warriors asking about Team Spain. Spain will be playing tomorrow in the International Challenge. None of the Spanish teams were able to make it into today.
I think the reasoning was because
The flight
they were pushing it close on that Friday. They actually weren't able to do the International Challenge walk-on on Thursday night at the pool party because they hadn't arrived yet. So I'm guessing they didn't do the 0-1. I'm guessing we'll see a Team Spain in cricket.
Exactly. And right now, you can't. They're sitting on the other side of our camera here, but there are so many people sitting in this audience right now, and particularly a lot of German contingent out here supporting. One thing to note here is I was just talking with Garrett, and he was talking about how he's like, look at all the German support players here. You can see that there's a fair amount just giving the love and support to these players. On the other end, though, like Garrett's like, I just wish we had like 30 drunk Americans in here cheering for us on the other side, too.
Well, I've always spoken. The Germans come out and support their teams. Look at this.
They're roaring
That's
out there.
all Germans. All Germans. There's not a single American in there that's supporting these guys. Well,
There's a couple on the side. And there's some that are probably watching further in distance. But if you're on your phone right now and you're here in Las Vegas, these guys just said, where's our support?
Get here,
They
run. Help them out.
Vice versa. If you're the Germans, you're thinking, no, we're good.
Yeah.
Good stuff indeed, though, from DSOB. They are coming fired up. We saw them in the seat match, which was pretty well contested, but they stayed strong at the end. We haven't seen them in a little bit, and they're really good about spending their breaks successfully. Now Porky needs to try to leave a finish from 295 to be the first one to finish. Nico only left at 175, 298. Doesn't leave that first finish, though. So now Marcel should be able to accomplish that. The salty boy in jorts. He's definitely picked it up. He was struggling a lot earlier, we saw, compared to where we've seen him. Doesn't seem to be having those struggles right now, Will.
Not at all. He is doing exactly what he needs to for his team. Even Garrett giving him a little nod of approval there.
Garrett going to have to try to make a play. Needs at least 143 points to leave a finish. And doesn't do so. He only hits a 140. Last start goes low, and he says some German expletives himself.
Garrett is definitely one that is not shy about having some fun with the Germans here. They have some fun with him.
Germany plus Porky plus Garrett is a perfect combo. They are practically adopted by the Germans. Just leaves a 163, but still going to be happy with that.
Yeah, Q in that 40 is what he's doing.
As he should. Porky's going to try to get all the way down to 16. Doesn't get low. It's a solid scoring visit.
Garrett's back to having fun with the guys in the back.
As he should.
It's just great. Just love seeing it. Tops for 1-0. And locks it in. You see that, hear a big roar there from the crowd.
146, 180, 130.
Top tier stuff,
and
man.
Yeah, check out. That was beautiful. 50 point per dart there. Wonderful stuff. Marcel was not salty. That was sweet.
Hey, come on. I want my hug. I want my hug.
He shook his own hand and everything. Porky's like, I got to take the picture. That's my job. I'm the picture guy.
Picture dude.
Here we go on to leg number 2. DSOP 1 gets leg number 1 on the board. You're starting to see a couple more of the American friends starting to sneak in. They're sitting behind where the dartboard is on the screen. Saw a couple more sneaking in. But, man, that German rally support. Here's the other thing, too, is that once they're there, Garrett even mentioned this last night. He's like, sometimes they do show the support shows, but they don't like to get loud. You got to get loud on the other side as well. Get a little rowdy to help bounce it out a little bit. But now on to leg number 2. New game to play. Jeff Johnson not playing around. Finds a 100 on the end.
Great second. Smooth here has got to convert. Perfect first dart. Mixing a triple in there, and a big triple at that. Can't do it. But he's on. That's the main thing here. He's on.
And that's all that matters in this given moment. Play the supporting role. Just if the darts go your way where you can lead the way, you're going to do so. But otherwise, just take your time with it.
Bianca saying Nico's uncle
Daniel
is Daniel. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that one either, actually.
Yeah. Daniel, pretty quality player.
Bianca's been tuning in with us a bit. We would love to see you out here one of these times. I know we were talking with you a lot last year in the chat and a lot of other events as well.
Speaking of, Germans, I actually spoke to Max Hopp at the World Championships because I asked him, I said, would you potentially have interest in doing a German dub over for commentary? And he was like, yeah, I'd potentially do that. I said, well, we got the NDA Team Dart stream. He goes, NDA Team Dart? I actually should have played in that when I was 15, but I was kind of too young to go.
Oh, yeah.
He was like, I actually would really enjoy that. And then he got his tour card. I was like, I'm not going to bother.
Yeah, no,
I'm
he's not
going to
looking
bother
back.
the man. But, no, that would be potential. That's just something potentially that we're thinking about of what direction do we go? Do we add a second stream that's just no commentary? Do we try to do a German dub over? Do we try to do something like that? I know a lot of Germans do speak English, so does it, is it beneficial? You let us know.
Yeah, if you guys would watch it, let us know.
All right.
Smooth here. Going to focus on just trying to play consistent on the scoring.
Yes.
He's been up and down, but a lot more down than up.
And we're seeing it creep in right there. That was not the time to have that one happen to you, and this gives way to this player 4 score line
To get back
getting
in.
in front of you. I mean, 2 triples. 2 triples.
What a shot there. What a recovery. Big find.
That's the biggest roar yet.
Oh, and they're going to continue to get louder as it gets progressively on. And here's the thing. We talked about Milwaukee Monsters, but Smooth with his struggles can't afford to have it here. We saw that. It let a error from the German team end up being a rally cry for the whole team. He's going to need to settle down and just focus on getting, even if it's just 60, just start with getting those 60 points around, then make it up to 80, then make it up to 100. Jeff Johnson has been solid. You can see that right here, 100, 100. 140 to leave the 161 is the ideal target line, and that's a good first start to try to get you in range. Oh, but an off turn, 28 points scored. Now only means 100 points needs to get scored by D-Sob to get the A score line in front as well.
Yep.
Well, equal to, I should say.
Yeah. Another one. Not quite, but it's all right.
Smooth shaking his head. Got to stay positive. Got to try to smile and wave through it. That was all smile, no wave. See a Team USA participant, Joey Mann, in the background, giving his support, cheering on Garrett. That was a gentleman we probably, I think, forgot to mention earlier with Team USA. Big shot there. This is getting a little bit heavy on the side of the German contingent. And the Wisconsin Knights are feeling a little bit of despair in this given moment.
Jeffrey pulling as usual, just taking his time to make sure he's set up and ready.
He won't be able to leave a finish.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for him, and only 3 fats.
Well, and also, I mean, realistically, Smooth is about to freeze to 213 regardless.
Yeah.
So I don't even know if the miss was particularly consequential, but you can't afford to go 2-0 down because that means you have to get 3 off the spin.
And especially against the double dip, that is almost seems like a little bit too much to come back on, you know?
And that would also mean you need to win 6 of the next 8 legs, by the way.
Yeah.
That's the other part of that if you go 2-0 down.
Ouch.
That's
Ouch.
a tall task. And this is what the German teams do the best. Not only are they here supporting for each other, but they are locked in. They are engaged. They know what it takes. And so do these Milwaukee Monster boys, but the Germans just do it right. Look at this. Look at that shot right there.
Absolutely
A beautiful 177.
Just incredible.
And Jeff will be at a finish here, but will more likely not be able to get a shot at it. Mine's a 140. It's solid. Starting to hear some of the Americans try to cheer in there. They just don't got the same vibe.
Nope, they don't. Not quite yet.
Oh, man, everything's working right now for D-Sob. Everything's going their way. Smooth has to take this out in 6 darts and hope that they don't. That's the only way out of this. You have to leave a finish. If you don't leave a finish this turn, this leg is over. It's guaranteed 2-0.
Yeah, this is just not Smooth's leg here, and he's just had an unfortunate go.
Again, too much pressure on his own shoulders. He's a talented player. We've seen what he can do at other stops. We've seen him play in Plover. We've seen him, I believe that was where he had a combined 9-darter with Porky. We've seen what he can do, but right now the German team's looking to be too much. 2-0 advantage. One leg away from a back-to-back win.
Massive, massive advantage for the Germans.
You can see some handshakes going around. Some smiles are still there. But you can look, there's a little bit more of attention on the Milwaukee team right now. They know that it's now or never. Positivity is everything, but they need to positively get this leg on their direction. Gary gets on the second. It's going to take that in. That's perfectly fine. Garrett's fired up out there. You can hear him. He is yapping. Part of the reason we see these German players have so much success is, some of them also play steel. But another fact is Marco brings up in here how difficult it would be for Americans to throw darts on a 2-hole board, also known as a 13-inch board over here, because 2-hole being the size of the triple segments on the 13-inch board. And we've seen it in some events, but I think that's part of the reason when you play on a smaller target segment, you're going to have more consistent accuracy overall because you have to develop that accuracy. You have to be a little bit more pinpoint.
Yeah, but most of the German boards are going to be the thinner 13-inch lines. I mean, that's what they predominantly play on, so it's a steel version of soft. But, anymore, especially since the move for bull shooter, they don't really play that format anymore. I don't think you're going to ever really see that at events.
Well, I was going to say, because Phoenix and Radical don't really have it on their main lines. The flipping board on the Arachnid, the only event that they have right now is in their finale. They have a $5,000 added. One-off event for the 13.
Okay. Yeah.
I think it's 5,000. Don't quote me on that. But yeah, so since it's less, I would say the Americans wouldn't fare as well. The 13-inch or a 2-hole board is one of the hardest to play on, and it's harder than steel. Definitively harder than steel.
It's tough.
Nico going to do what Nico does in this situation, try to gain some advantage. Finds the first two. How about a 180? Nico Kurz casts the curse on the other team.
Yeah, definitely a big round there. And Jeff needs to find some success here. And for those that are saying it's an ice, it's not. This guy has done this his whole career, guys. He's a technical thrower. So
he's playing well within the time restraints that is allowed here.
Well, you look at this. You look at Justin Pipe. Who's worse? Way worse is Justin Pipe at the time. So, yeah, I mean.
I remember.
Just everybody has their own setup. Everybody has their own release.
And Guillermo saying a very good point. In Europe, Radical does have a special 13-inch board, which is quite common in the north of Europe. So there you go. That's good to know.
Okay, yeah, we didn't know.
We just don't get to see that every year.
You never see it. I mean, a Radical board with a 13-inch.
I've never seen one.
Yeah, I haven't.
But I know that they probably do exist.
Yeah.
Like I said, Arachnid's the only one that is kind of known for that.
One nice addition, too, is the low-end boards. I mean, they're going to have to make a little adjustments or whatever to get boards here next year, but there is a low-end board out there that's big in Germany that potentially we could see added in the next year's events.
Yeah, I want to play around with that one when we finish up here. This is starting to get out of sorts a little bit. Garrett does find a big 140. Look at him. Garrett is fired up right now, man.
He's trying to keep him going.
He's also trying to
see. Look at the Americans back there having a laugh too.
Well, and then he's getting the Germans going too, but he's trying to get everybody fired up. He's saying, "Come on, don't give up. Who cares about the scenario? We're here having fun, and I'm going to throw my best darts." But Nico can control the destiny. He's getting 101 points away from a 3-0 win in this final. Jeff needs to push out in front and try to play for a freeze angle on that 401. And that's not what you needed to see. Right now, sitting at a combined 555 points.
Yeah.
The 401 more than likely cannot freeze, so the 101 will almost guaranteed get an opportunity, barring a almost complete miss on this turn. Finds the first 20, finds the other one, finds a 180! The Germans rally again. They continue on. Garrett's going to try to leave a finish, but he can do nothing but hope Nico Kurz misses the 101.
Aesop just literally trying to end this with a sweep.
Well, they know what Milwaukee Monsters can do. They don't want to mess around with any of it. If they can get a 3-0, they'll take it.
1,000%, even if they can do it right here with a 101 check from Nico Kurz. This crowd would erupt.
Still go.
They would
Double 19.
erupt. And look at him roar. Big win as Nico Kurz takes out the 101 to lock in another back-to-back title here at NDA Team Dart.
The Germans are doing what they do best. They are winning. They are playing darts, and they are doing it better than anybody else in the room so far.
We saw it last night. Ricky and Justy pulling off the back-to-back. We're seeing it again here today. DSOB 1 winning last year and winning here today. They are taking home another title with them to Germany.
Yeah.
Incredible.
We got the Spaniards winning. We got the Germans winning. The Americans have yet to get that Masters level win. And next, coming up next will be this evening a doubles cricket event where if the Americans don't win that, then it's really on them.
All righty, folks. We'll be back live 8 p.m. local time for our coverage of doubles cricket. That's going to be 11 o'clock Eastern time over there in Germany. It's going to be 5 a.m.?
Yeah, somewhere around there. It'll be right around
5,
Guten
yep.
Morgen time.
Yeah, exactly. So tune in, enjoy the coverage, folks. We appreciate you joining us. Thanks to all you German viewers as well. We really appreciate
I
you
want
tuning
you
in.
guys to know that Will actually waved at the computer
I
screen.
did.
He was like, thank you guys.
I was like, thank you guys.
Have a good
Alrighty.
one, guys. We'll see you in a little bit.